вечора всім, доброго вечора, шановні колеги. Я радий вітати вас в Юніт-Сіті. Це місце, яке незабаром має стати українською Кремнієвою долиною. Щойно ви побачили кілька кадрів з цьогорічного Київського міжнародного економічного форуму. За 4 роки своєї роботи наш форум став не тільки таким потужним майданчиком діалогу між бізнесом і владою, між українськими бізнесменами і іноземними, а і місцем, де концентруються нові знання, нові ідеї, де люди діляться власним досвідом. І те, що ви тут сьогодні, зараз, в цьому залі, говорить про те, що нові знання важливі для вас, важливі для вашого бізнесу, важливі для вашої роботи. Одна з тем 4-го Київського міжнародного економічного форуму була присвячена трансформації компаній в сучасних умовах. Українські бізнесмени разом з міжнародними, разом з провідними спікерами з бізнес-шкіл Швейцарії, Ізраїля обговорювали нові підходи, сучасні інструменти, методи підвищення ефективності компаній, ефективності бізнесу. Ми говорили і про теорію обмежень систем, і про лін-мислення. І зараз наша команда продовжує працювати в цьому напрямку. І сьогодні у вас є чудова нагода отримати багато корисної інформації від гуру в лін-мисленні, від гуру зі світовим ім'ям Джона Шука. І так само почути, як лін впроваджувався в українських проєктах Василя Хмельницького. Але перед тим, як на цю сцену вийдуть головні спікери сьогоднішнього вечора, я хочу передати мікрофон модератору сьогоднішньої зустрічі, президенту Українського лін-інституту Сергію Камбірянову. Зустрічайте.
Добрий вечір, друзі. Я Сергій Камбірянов, я керівник Лін-інституту України. Лін-інститут Україна – це та організація, яка стала причиною зустрічі сьогодні цих двох людей. І вони двоє дотичні до того, що в Україну прийшла світова організація Lean Global Network, і насправді прийшов новий рівень лін-мислення. Дозвольте мені пару слів розповісти про організацію Lean Global Network, яка поєднала підприємця, інноватора, візіонера Василя Івановича Хмельницького та експерта світового рівня в лін-мисленні, першого іноземця, який працював в Японії на компанії Toyota, Джона Шука. Lean Global Network – це об'єднання лін-практиків в усьому світі та теоретиків, метою яких є привнесення лін-знань, знань ощадливого мислення в компанії світу та країнам в цілому. LGN, воно було засновано 2007 року авторами двох найважливіших книг в теорії і практиці лін. Це «Машина, яка змінила світ» та «Lean Thinking», «Лін-мислення» Джеймс Вумек та Деніел Джонс. У 2007 році 3 інститутами заснували Lean Global Network, а вже в 2017 році таких інститутів є 23. У 2016 році за сприяння пана Василя Хмельницького в Україну прийшов Lean Global Network і відкрився Лін-інститут України. Що таке Лін-інститут України, для чого він прийшов в Україну і яку мету він має? Лін-інститут буде поширювати знання серед українських компаній, серед українських організацій. Буде співпраця між компаніями, між світовими практиками. Те, що ми сьогодні бачимо, це, знаєте, дуже важлива подія. Насправді, приїзд Джона Шука, такого рівня спеціаліста в Україну, це все одно, що приїзд Возняка в IT-сфері. Ми маємо неймовірний інтерес з усього світу до цього приїзду, тому що ми одна із перших країн нашого регіону, яку він відвідав. Але чому? Тому що ми змогли створити всі умови для цього візиту. світові практики вирішили, що ми готові для нової трансформації. Керівництво Lean Global Network – це пан Джон Шук та представники світових інститутів. Тут і Хосе Ферро, це представник Бразильського інституту, одного з найсильніших в світі. Також Рене Ернукс, це з Голландського інституту. Це все світові практики, які готові на сьогоднішній день ділитися лін-знаннями з нашими компаніями. Для нас це величезний прорив вперед. Lean Global Network представлений, як я вже казав, в Україні Lean Інститутом України. Це громадська, неприбуткова організація, яка створена для того, щоб допомагати вам, допомагати всім громадянам нашої країни розвиватися, досягнути потрібного рівня конкурентоспроможності в цій країні. Тому оця зустріч двох людей, пана Василя Хмельницького та Джона Шука, і це рішення принести сюди лін-знання стали такими важливими для цієї країни. Про наш Лін-інститут. Пан Василь Хмельницький є керівником нашої наглядової ради. Пітер Уилец, він тут сьогодні присутній. Це людина, яка зробила дуже багато. 12 років була директором з виробництва на компанії McKinsey світового, і він погодився допомагати нам розвивати Лін-інститут і допомагати українським компаніям розвиватися. З нами в нашій команді Ялчин Букен, це президент турецького Лін-інституту, сьогодні його заступник пан Чевдет Оздаган, а також Валерія Заболотна, яка керує Unit Factory, ви можете всі її знати. Вона представляє і разом з паном Василем принесла в Україну ідеї Unit Factory. Чим займається LGN в Україні, чим це важливо? Підтримка українських компаній на шляху трансформації. Пан Джевдет, пан Пітер, а також інші консультанти Lean Global Network, вони приїжджають в Україну і допомагають трансформуватися. Багато підприємств вже вирішило, що вони потребують цих знань, і вони погодилися на таку співпрацю і скористалися цією можливістю. Також Lean Global Network дозволяє нам їздити по всім країнам світу, які успішно впроваджують Lean, і бачити цей досвід і переймати його. Також дуже важливою річчю є те, що Lean Global Network, а також Lean Інститут України – це не прибуткова організація. Це не про гроші, це про те, щоб ці знання, цей досвід став доступніший нашим компаніям. І, зокрема, оці 3 книги, які сьогодні тут представлені, одну з яких написав Джон Шук, яка є одною з найважливіших книг в Lean-мисленні – це «Вміння бачити бізнес-процеси». Завдяки Lean Інституту України переклали українською мовою. Вона в порівнянні з російською версією коштує в 3 рази дешевше, і вона стала доступніша українським громадянам. Це дуже важливо, тому що нам потрібно переймати цей досвід і спиратися на нього в нашій діяльності, а не робити винаходи заново. Також Lean Інститут України та Lean Global Network, вони вже провели за сприяння KIEF, провели першу конференцію з Lean-мислення цього літа в цьому ж приміщенні. Я радий, що нас воно вітає знову. Ми говорили про радикальні зміни як інструменти Lean-трансформації.
Раз. Добрий.
So, dear afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a truly wonderful and interesting topic, innovation and investment in infrastructure of the future. So, everyone who really cares about this and who's interested in it, please take your seats. Quite a complicated topic anyway. It's always relevant still in our constantly changing world, so with some new variables, new factors. Every year we have some news, some surprises, how it all actually affects the infrastructure and innovations. What doesn't change in our lives? The only trend, the globalization. It's a constant trend. 50 years ago, if we take this period in cities, on our planet we had only 1/3 of population, of global population living, so only 1/3 of urban residents. By 2050, what we forecast to have, 2/3 of the world's population will move to cities. 1.5 million of people every week come to live in cities. The life's changing drastically. Industrial centers play a key role in economics, in global economics. So is the infrastructure, urban infrastructure, ready for this to happen, for this shift? Just like me, everyone, today, we had this traffic while coming to Parkaway Center, and every day we actually face some elements of imperfectly functioning infrastructure. So what will happen in the nearest future? What will be there? What innovations, what investments? What will ensure the convenience for us in this globalization trend, in this rapidly changing world? In this panel today, we have wonderful speakers, truly prominent speakers dealing with the infrastructure problems for so many years, and we'll have a conversation with them on what's waiting for us. So, we have the Laurent Germain, CEO of Aegis Group. Yeah, thank you. Applause. You may take any seat. So we have with us, so he presents the company. He presents the company working with infrastructure projects in Ukraine and in Europe. This is one of the most popular companies, actually, which deals with management of infrastructure projects. And we'll have questions to him, of course. So, Jean-Eric Desagon, head of Ukraine's office of European Investment Bank. Jean-Eric will come to us soon. I'll tell about him a little bit. So European Investment Bank is one of the biggest partners of our state in infrastructure projects implementation. And within the last years, the amount of investments by the European Investment Bank in Ukrainian economy is 7.5 billion. Invested. We can say that this is truly a partner of huge significance. Good afternoon. And by the way, one of the projects I personally am familiarized with of EIB, the second flying zone of Boryspil Airport, its reconstruction. So I'm so grateful to EIB for their participation and their contribution in the development of Ukrainian airspace industry. So please do continue implementing this project, please. Inessa Kerdivara. Inessa is the Deputy General Director of a company called Tatra Yuk. This company is based at Yuzhmash in Dnipro, and she has quite a masculine job. So what they do, so carriages for trams, and that's what they manufacture. So it's really interesting to talk to you. What are your plans and how you see the future of the company? Yuri Vaskov. With Yuri, we've known each other for quite a long time. I've known Yuri, and for so many years, he works with. He deals with the sea transport issues. So he's the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine, and one of the areas he's responsible for is, by the way, it's the concession of the state enterprises and PPP, public-private partnerships. So it really is going to be interesting. Dirk Sladzinski. So we have Dirk Sladzinski, Director on Business Consulting, Deutsche Bahn Engineering and Consulting Company. So Deutsche Bahn, we do not need to introduce them. A huge concern in his consulting unit. I guess they have already gone beyond the concern itself, and they provide valuable consultations on many issues related to railway industry all around the world. Thank you for coming to Ukraine finally, and we do hope that your expertise, that your competence of the representative of the Deutsche Bahn, that we definitely will be able to use it and for us to solve these railway problems. And right now, why actually I'm moderating this panel? For the last 10 years, I've been dealing with the transport issues. I was responsible for Ukrzaliznytsia transport unit. Now I am the president of Ukraine International Airlines, so I know a lot about the transport problems. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So I have a first question to Jean-Eric. So EIB. We can see what you're doing. We can see your projects with the state investments in the state infrastructure. This is something that is more visible. When I was preparing to the panel, I read your interview where you actually advised the investors in Ukraine, where you advised them to invest in food industry, IT, and green economy. How does this correlate with the activities of EIB in Ukraine? Private investors, do they have real chances with those industries that you mentioned? Is it possible for them to participate in the development of Ukraine's current economy?
I remember that interview. I mean, take that off. That interview, the question was, what would you do with your own money as an investor? So the question was not for EIB, it was for me. And I obviously say that I think it would be a good idea to invest in the food industry, IT, and also the conversion to green economy. The reason I think for that is that obviously for a private investor, you are looking for higher return. And I think the high potential in this country, you have a lot of high potential in these three sectors. Now, for EIB, it's obviously different. EIB is the EU bank. So what we have to do is to support the policy and the priorities of the EU to develop Ukraine. Now, we can take the three ones I mentioned before. They're absolutely fine. If we take the food industry, if we take IT and conversion to green industry, you cannot do that without having a very, very good infrastructure in place. And that is very much the role of EIB, to support Ukraine to have this very good infrastructure. I mean, food industry, you need to have transport. Obviously, you need still to build a few roads in Ukraine. Now, EIB, EU, we would prefer that you transport things by internal waterland, by train and so on. So EIB is there to support, to have this infrastructure in place on the transport, but yes, we're going to favor the green economy, the green transport, which we think is better. Ukraine, you need to have still development in energy infrastructure. There need to be a conversion from the coal industry towards more renewable energy. And there again, EIB will support you. So that is thing you really need to have these three sectors coming up that I just mentioned. You can mention the IT. You can say, well, IT people, they maybe don't need all that because they need obviously broadband, they need some energy, but it's not very, very fundamental. But if you want to have a good IT industry in the whole country, not only in KIEF, Lviv, Odessa, some of the main cities, you need to develop, and I think that is really key in Ukraine, you need to develop a lot of the municipal infrastructure. If you want to keep people in the city, the medium-sized cities, you need to have the mayor developing that. I have been discussing with mayors saying, people are leaving. I have bright people, they are leaving. They're all going to Kiev or to go to Germany or Poland. And my question would be, what have you done? Have you created schools? Have you created kindergartens? Do you have street lighting? What do you do with the waste? So there are a lot of need, if you want, on the infrastructure for municipalities to be developed. And clearly, the role of the bank is to support this kind of development. IT is not something, digitalization is one of the top priority of the EU. It's not something on top. I think also today, when you develop infrastructure, you have to develop smart infrastructure. You can do much better communications, train, inland water and so on, if you have that digitalized. If you want to have municipal infrastructure, I mean, smart cities is something that exists. So you can manage much better a city with that. So IT is not a luxury on top. IT, digitalization, has to be a part of that. And that is something I think really, really EIB would like to see developed in Ukraine. So, yes, I think there's definitely a role for the state the authorities concerning the infrastructure. It is the mission of a state or local authorities to be sure that the infrastructure is in place. You must have good infrastructure to allow business to be developed. Business develop, you can collect taxes, so that is a gain-gain. Now, what I think is that you need to have the infrastructure developed in the municipality on the state level. How you finance that is a political decision. It's not up to IFIs to decide how you do that. Do you want to have that on the state budget? Do you want to do concession? Do you want to do private-public partnership? That is honestly is a decision to be taken by the authorities and by the government and your parliament. But I think that what you need is to have that functioning, the mission of a state to have a functioning infrastructure. Again, how you finance it, what kind of model is more a political one. But it's definitely sure that when you have a good strategy in place on how you want to develop this infrastructure, EIB will continue to support Ukraine as we have done so far. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much. Infrastructure, well, we talk about all its components. We mean that the state has also, apart from this great construction, apart from roads, they also have to take care of railway infrastructure, airports, the general infrastructure, also the water transport. Thank you. And I'd like right now Inessa Kerdivara to tell us about her business. For me, it's not quite clear today what model did you pick in with such complex business like production of trams in Ukraine as carriages. I mean, the tram carriages. Today, these are mostly purchased by the municipal enterprises, and they have quite limited budgets. Therefore, they are more prone to actually perform the major repair of the exploited ones, of the utilized ones, apart from buying new ones, new items. But there are very strict requirements to the production localization, and it's really very interesting to get more about your business model. Please do tell us. So, good afternoon. My name is Inessa Kerdivara, and I would like again to quote. You quoted Jean-Éric de Sagon. I will quote as well. I'll allow myself. So, once you mentioned that investment in infrastructure itself is definitely an indicator of faith, of certain belief that development is about to come. And what we have in Ukraine today and our panel, this is an indicator itself that infrastructure is being developed, but what to invest in for the output to be the top, the maximum, for the maximum ROI. And we have this International Union of Public Transport. They had a study or a survey launched, like, in what area should you invest? And it happens so that in public transport, investment in public transport, they give 25% more of jobs comparing to construction of roads, for example. 25% more of jobs, new jobs. And the same effect goes for investment in public transport, eco-public transport, ecologically friendly, environmentally friendly. Because you mentioned the green politics that EIB is investing in. This is one of the priorities for Ukraine as well, to invest not in buses, but to invest in environmentally clean, green, clean municipal public transport for us to increase the mobility of our citizens and not to inflict any damage on their health. So that's what we're doing. Within 28 years already, we produce tram carriages. It's located at Yuzhmash, the headquarters in Dnipro, and we had this model at the beginning. We worked for the internal market because we had this faith. We had this strong faith, and we do have this faith still. That internal market in Ukraine is huge. 5,000 tram carriages which are subject to replacement. And we had it in 1991 to ensure the mobility of citizens to provide high-quality services. Right now, 80% of that amount is subject to replacement. So it's about to go to waste. So the competition, you do compete with such huge monsters like PESO, with huge experience and with this access to cheap money, as they say. How you manage to compete? PESO at some moment has become a state enterprise, a state-owned company, and it made it more complicated. For example, in Romania, where we won the tender, we took the winning position. We now take part in 3 European bidding procedures, but state-owned companies, they have a little bit different portfolio, and they have another approach to negotiation, to sales, to bidding procedures. So we do compete with quality, with very high quality, because the new carriage that we buy, the way, with EIB loan, we managed to supply to KIEF. We won the tender for 20 tram carriages. In February, we signed the contract, and the first carriage was already provided. We had the great quality, not even worse with PESO, Stadler, or any other competitors. And we had a better price proposed. So something that any investor takes primarily as the key thing. So saving your money with a maximum result. And that's how we now take part in Ukrainian tenders, and we work at Ukrainian market in international. So we have a contract complete with Egypt. That was the state funding. We also supplied some carriages to Egypt. And we look for markets because public transport today, it's like in the Renaissance period. And there are so many cities today, as I mentioned during the conversation with Mr. Shmegal, they invest resources not the credit money, but state money, state funding. We speak about state funding to rejuvenate actually the fleet. Okay, so the localization requirement, localization in Ukraine for foreign producers, does it give you some advantages in competition, at least in Ukrainian market? Well, the requirement on localization at state level, we don't have it. In state launch tenders, what we have launched by EIB, we have 15% of preference if there is 30% of local production, and some cities do use it. Unfortunately, we have some MIOs, we have some municipal enterprises which do ignore that standard. And maybe it's still a question to the Ministry of Infrastructures, one of the participants of the project, that this standard is not an obligatory one, let's say, and someone is sticking to the standard and trying to nationalize the economy, trying to support the Ukrainian producer, and someone ignores that. So concerning the foreign markets, for us to go to American market, for example, we need to have 75% of localization. So we practically have to transfer the production there and to produce carriages literally in the US. So you need to lobby this in Ukraine. Yes, we would like the localization to be one of the elements of supporting the Ukrainian producer, because there are so many direct contracts with the General Electric or Alstom. They declare localization as one of the promises, but as we can see, in fact, we have no such localization in place. So you can declare and sign a contract and deliver the product, but the share from each euro of the credit money doesn't go to Ukraine. So we want localization to be one of the requirements for the state bidding procedures and tenders. So, and the partner localization, do you actually see someone as a partner, or you want just to move autonomously? Like Tatra Yuk. In our production in cooperation, we have 300 Ukrainian enterprises participating. Tram carriage is constructed from millions of details, and all these accessories, all these details, we try to actually order these from Ukrainian producers. So 85% of localization, we managed to get it. And we are really proud of it, and we don't want to lose that. So that's why we try to promote this policy, protect Ukrainian manufacturer, and support the Ukrainian heavy industry and industry in general. So we do support you as well. And people in this hall do support you as well. They do support your achievements and such a serious contribution, great contribution, Ukrainians' infrastructure. And we do want you to be successful, of course. So I'd like to talk to Mr. Germain. Laurent. Edge's company is famous for its innovations and innovative approaches in infrastructure area, and I do know that today you and your company you actually work on designing the concept for the transport node Kherson. You actually plan to create a space, a demo space, showing how high-quality infrastructure may function. So for the aviators, it's really important. Kherson Airport is really important, of huge importance. And it has a perfect geographical location and of huge significance that is. Please tell us, in your model, innovative model, how should the Kherson Airport look like, the perfect one? The properly functioning one, and the regional airport in Ukraine, how should it look like?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me. Also, as the chairman of the French-Ukrainian Business Council for the French CEO organization, I'm representing the 160 French companies working in Ukraine and employing more than 30,000 people. I think when we talk about the aviation sector, the comparison between France and Ukraine is relevant. because we have the same surface, we have a population that is roughly equivalent. We are all trying to attract people through tourism, through culture, and the regional airports in France, they've been very successful through the PPP model. So I guess this is the future for the regional airports, including Kherson in Ukraine, to be successful. Aviation has a strong potential in Ukraine. I mean, just a few figures. The air traffic has more than doubled between 2015 and 2019. It has been multiplied by 4 between 2006 and 2019. The traffic has been very resilient during the COVID crisis, and in the first semester of 2021, Borispol Airport has been the 16th airport in terms of traffic, which was equivalent to the traffic in Heathrow Airport in the UK. So I think the potential globally of aviation is very strong. But of course, there is the issue and the challenge of the regional airports. So how to develop a regional airport? I mean, Aegis, my company, has been quite successful in developing regional airports in France and around the world through the PPP model. I mean, we are operating 17 airports around the world with a majority of regional airports. So, I mean, the first, of course, issue is to raise the number of routes for each airport. This is very important. Having new companies, new destinations reached through I mean, the different airports. This is how we have increased by 2 million the traffic in the Abidjan airport that we are operating. This is how we have increased by 80% in Ostend, which is a regional Belgian airport. And besides, in the airports that we have been operating, we have succeeded in raising the revenues for the shops, restaurants, and develop strongly the commercial activities, and through the model of the PPP. So what makes a PPP strong and interesting, for example, for the Kherson airport? First of all, of course, there need to be the risk sharing between the public side and the private side, depending, of course, on an analysis and a shared analysis on the traffic assessment. The second aspect, of course, is the duration of the concession. The concession should be, and the PPP should be long enough, probably more than 25 or 30 years, so that the necessary investments in terms of modernization of the regional airports are made. And then it is the duty of the private partners to make sure that it can develop new routes, it can step up the revenues generated through the commercial activities. It can put in place the best-in-class innovation, having the regional airports certified, especially as sustainable development is concerned, and also, of course, manage the maintenance and assure the investments which are needed in order to have the airports modernized. I mean, in Ukraine now, I mean, we have 5 airports generating 85% of the traffic. So, of course, you have 20 airports certified in total, which means that there is a real, very important margin to improve and to develop the regional airports like the Kherson one, which basically will benefit a lot from its location and the cultural attraction that it can provide.
I know that in France, you actually were the employee of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and you supported the government, I mean the PPP model. You supported that model. You stood for it. And now you consult as a business representative. How to separate it fairly, the investment, when you speak about airports? How to separate it between the state and private investor? How to draw the line? Because the model is effective, but the question is the fair participation, the question of the fair participation and fair segregation and fair delineation of the income, let's say. How do you see it?
I mean, first of all, the public side has to be very clear on what it wants. So, I mean, there should be a clear message in terms of duration, in terms of content of the future concessions, and the private partner, of course, shall commit to a number of investments on the duration of the business plan, based, as I said, on a common analysis of what the traffic will be. So That's why when a concession is launched, there is a period of, I would say, at least a year, so that the discussions can take place, the competition can take place, and that the public side can also find the best partner according to the analysis and the assessment that this partner can do about the investments which are needed, and of course of the revenues which can be generated through the traffic.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you. So I pass the floor to Yuri. So let's continue talking about concessions, okay? And how can we prepare the objects of the Ministry of Infrastructure to concession? We spoke about airports and other objects prepared for concession. To you, as to a representative of the ministry, I'd like to ask you, so after this great construction of roads, shall we have the plan of great construction of railway routes and lines, airports, and so on? Shall we have the project for river dredging? Will everything be covered by the state? Because the roads are the priority, but if everything else. So good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. I'll start with the end, okay? So right now the great construction is not just a project aimed to reconstruct the roads. It has already become a more comprehensive project. We also started working with the airport infrastructure. The short-term perspective, we speak about the renovation of 10 regional airports, Dnipro, Poltava, Uzhhorod, Chernivtsi, Kherson, and others. Of course, reconstruction of railway infrastructure, huge attention is paid within recent months to support of Ukrainian railway system, reconstruction of capital infrastructure, the lines, I mean. So the fleet purchase, so the locomotives, the carriages, also grain carriages, and of course the reconstruction of seaports and internal waterways, because we have to get this fully balanced transport infrastructure. All types of infrastructure should be loaded evenly, because today we know that more than 70% of cargo transported by railway, 25% by roads, 1 or 2 by inland waterways. In all these areas, we do have specific steps developed for inland waterways. Since January 1st, we'll have a new law on inland water transport, and it deregulates the river transportation. We cancel almost all the fees for ships and vessels using the river to transport passengers and cargo. From October 1st, I want to remind you, we've enhanced the liability for violations on the roads, so we've managed to increase the fine substantially, and also violation recording. Starting from October 1st, we start using this weight in motion systems. 52 of these we have within 3 or 4 months. Within 3 or 4 months, we'll double it and then get some more and more. Gradually, then the tolling systems will be implemented after specific legislation is adopted. So these areas will definitely promote the balanced cargo transportation with inland waterways as a priority. I just want to stress that investment activity is one of our priorities. It contains 2 components, so the public infrastructure investment from the state funds, and promoting private investments in commercial infrastructure primarily. So if you do talk about seaports or sea stations, so we take all the forms, we consider all forms of PPP, concession primarily, first and foremost as the most acceptable one for investors. And here we get the support of banking institutions, EIB, EBRD, and the leading consulting companies. Edges, by the way, is our consultant in the Berdyansk project implementation. Kherson and Nolvia paused the concession. The concession will be there, so the private companies will be responsible for them later. So in 5 more ports, the concession projects are at different stages of implementation. And in 2022, we expect to get a new competition for the concession. But together with concession, with the fund of state property, we use privatization as well as one of the ways to involve more investment flows. This year, we have first competitions on privatization on state stevedoring companies, Belgorod-Dnistrovsky port, Ust-Dunayski and Skadovsk ports. We also consider the rental as one of the PPP types where you do not need to have huge investments, but just the utilization of property as a way of management improvement. So the acting concession legislation, the applicable concession legislation is much better comparing to what we had before 2018. Again, this year we do confirm it using the Kherson and Nolvia examples. And you think these pilots are successful? Well, first of all, the legislation allows us to do it, so some difficulties we had during the transitional period, we will try to use it in future, and we'll try to present some amendments to bylaws to make it more effective in future. But if pilot projects lasted like for 3 years, new concession projects, we can implement it within 1.5 years since the beginning to the property transfer. Yes, Ukraine needs successful concession projects to give confidence to future investors, actually to participate, to promote them, and to enter Ukraine with all these projects prepared by you. But the confidence is not just in your successful work and activity, but also in success of other business projects. Won't we get this negative effect, by the way, from... We are doing such a great job at roads, you know. We are turning it into a perfect, almost perfect condition. And respectively, the cargo flow, let's just assume there will be no abuse, you know, these violations with weight. But with other types of transport, so the cargo will be taken out from water and railway to roads. Won't we have some lag in other areas? A jet lag. So, simultaneously with roads improvement, we of course work with inland waterways. And this is especially relevant for the agricultural sector. And it's one of the key components, key export components. First thing, so river is free for transportation. So what we cancel the port and canal fees for transit, the bridges, the dams, and so on. Except of the weight control, we start considering the issue on putting an extra fee for cargo exceeding 12 tons. We need just to adopt specific legislation. And also railway development. So the Port Nord Station lines, railway lines, speaking about the fleet within 3 years, up to 55,000. Have carriages and grain carriages. More than 100 locomotives are from the national producers, from Ukrainian producers. I think all this will not definitely lead to reorientation to roads. So, Dirk, this is your task right now. So we have a meeting at the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, the time was changed. I have to leave you, but I'll be back. And of course, I will take all your questions if you do allow me. I apologize for, yes, unfortunately, yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Dirk. Railway. A state in the state, as it's quite a common saying in Ukraine, and this is definitely this is definitely a flagship of Ukrainian economy. So lost the transit significantly. So in passenger transportation, definitely it's not the business, but a social function. The state, because let's say it's performing a social function. So. So passengers get their money from the cargo transportation, and again, we speak about low competitive advantage comparing to other cargo transporters. So passenger transport, I mean railway transport, is this business in Germany? Is that business or it's a social product? Let's call it like it. So please tell us.
First of all, let me thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to also say be here also as Deutsche Bahn. Maybe to give some context, we're here also for the Ministry for Ukrainian Railways to help with improvement of the railway system. So I'm very happy to speak about this important topic, and we chose passenger transport jointly as the area to start with. So your question is going very much towards what we are thinking about at the moment. To answer the question, it's difficult to say it's generally profitable to run passenger services. Actually, you can say there are a few exceptions where it's really only possible to run them by farebox revenue. So you need state funding in order to have a proper railway system. But let's look at it a bit in a more general perspective. When you look at the large European railway companies, overall they are profitable. They're making a good profit margin. And this is on purpose because the systems in Europe are built in such a way that these are companies that really run as a normal company, not as a social function, not as a ministry or a state entity, but rather as the railway themselves, they run as a normal business. And the system that is built around them with all these social functions, which are obviously there because the railway is a very important backbone of a country and very important for the social holding together, for people being able to travel and so on. All these social functions are built into the system that these companies are working with. So just to give you a perspective, Deutsche Bahn for 2019, let's look before COVID, because COVID, of course, made financial results a bit difficult to compare. 2019, Deutsche Bahn had a profit of 1.5 billion euros with an overall revenue of 40 billion euros, basically, which for a business like this is a healthy one. It's not a high margin business where you got a lot of return on investment, but it's enough for a company to profitably work. And also, and this is important, I think, when we're talking about investments, it's something that also attracts private investments. In this level, you have a company that is actually able to also get to the open markets, get loans and things like that, and therefore is not completely reliant on state funding. And this is how the system is built, basically. That, however, doesn't mean that state funding is not flowing into this system. When you look at how this is working, basically, you can look at two different areas, mostly. One is with railways, you have infrastructure, often in Europe separated from the operating in order to have financial transparency, in order to be able to evaluate the performance and see how much money you would like to put in there. And again, from the German example, we have two types of money that is flowing into the infrastructure in Germany. Number one is, we talked about this also, funding of new construction, basically. You get state funding, projects together with the state, or some investments of Deutsche Bahn. It always mixes it a little bit, but money is being put into the build-up of new infrastructure. That's the obvious one. Second one, also very important, is actually rebuilding of obsolete infrastructure, because we're talking about a business that has a very long-term time of living. You're going to build some tracks. Yes, they're going to hold 10, 20, 40, sometimes 80 or 100 years, but there will be a point in time where this infrastructure that you built up will also have to be replaced. You can do as much maintenance as you want, this point will come. And so also for, especially Germany, one of the things that was changed in the past years was that this was also taken into account. You cannot only invest in new building projects, but also have to make sure that the existing infrastructure is kept in a certain state that you have. And important for the system itself is a certain stability there. So when we're talking about reforming also railways in Ukraine, we of course also have to talk about long-term perspectives, because at the moment it's focused strongly on short individual activities. Yes, very helpful, but rather you also need a long-term certainty in order to be able to plan your investments as the railway, in order to make sure that there's a certain constant quality of the infrastructure that you can work with. So that's the infrastructure side. And then also, depending on which type of traffic you have and which type of connection you're talking about, you have to look into funding the passenger services themselves. When you look at long distance, especially high speed in Europe, those are self-sustainable. So France, I think, doesn't have any investments in high speed. Germany also. This is just a farebox revenue financed system that you have. This is working by itself. Great. For regional traffic, it's often not the case. There are some examples, larger cities, many passengers, where you can have a regional transport system that is able to finance itself. But as soon as you go out in the regions, as soon as you have still the need for lots of connections, because the local system needs frequent connections there, but on the other hand don't have so many travelers, well, then you cannot sustain this system with just farebox revenue. And so therefore it's also very crucial to have a state financing system for this type of business that still allows you to run as a company. As I mentioned before, the EBIT should come because the DB, the railway, is running as a normal company, basically. So the system around this with the financing has to make sure that this is working. You can do it with regulative measures, you can do it with performance indicators. Some countries do it with open access. That's not necessary, but it's an option that you've got there. So either way, designing these systems properly, I think that's the big challenge there. And when you do it then yes, passenger transport is profitable for the state railway, or for the railway itself, but it still needs state funding to run by itself.
So, within this time that you've been staying in Ukraine and working with Ukrzaliznytsia, have you managed to get some quick assessment, blitz assessment of the condition of passenger transport? So, how effective it is that we have this so-called high-speed component? It still uses the same lines which are later used by the cargo trains, and investments and huge investment we have in the reconstruction. In long-term perspective, can we support the strategy, or we just need to pick another absolutely new strategy of passenger line construction? What will be better for Ukraine in this situation?
At the moment, we've been here for about 3 weeks, so the insights have been there, but they are not as deep to let me comment really in detail on these kinds of questions. What I can tell you for the moment, our first assessment was also clearly to see, number one, in many areas the railways are underfinanced, so we're talking about financing needs that you have there. And number two, especially in passenger transport, it's still a matter of transparency at the moment. You have these discussions about the cross-financing between cargo and passenger transport, which is partially due to the fact that everything is still within single business units. You don't really see the profitability, the revenue streams of the different parts of the business. So at the moment, the first things that we're doing is clearing up these things together with our colleagues from Ukrainian Railways to make sure that we have a clear picture on how much is there, how much needs to be there, for example, and then to also talk about the system that when more money is coming in, is flowing into, in order to make sure that this can be used efficiently and, well, this really works to the benefit of the country and to the most possible effectiveness for the use of the money.
I want to ask all of you a question. So we'll talk about the competition in passenger transportation by all possible transport means that we have in Ukraine. For example, if we take a line or a route from Kiev to Kharkiv, we have intercity, we have the night trains, we have planes, a bus connection, road connection, no river connection, the only thing, but everything else is there. So, do these have to be equal parties or equal rivals when they fight for the passengers' money? Do they need to have this parity? Because if I would pick how to get from Paris to Frankfurt, I would pick like railway, even well, not taking into account it would be more expensive comparing to flight. In Ukraine, it doesn't work that way because we have social types of transport. Do we need to get this equal competition or equal rivalry? I can say how. Dirk, maybe you can start and then each will present one's opinion. About competition, do we need to have these as equal rivals?
Well, let me first say, in my opinion, competition is a good thing in a market. If you don't have competition, you don't have efficiency, you don't have good service, so competition by itself is a good thing. It doesn't have to be intramodal, it doesn't have to be train operators competing by themselves, but having different modes of transport with different strengths compete with each other is a good thing, in my opinion. The competition has to follow some guidelines and rules. It also is a political question sometimes. Do you want to give some of the systems a benefit because you have political goals, meaning that I have the goal to have, for example, cheap transport available. That's why I fund the trains. I have the goal to green transport, also might go to trains, but I might also have the goal to have quick transport. So travel times as well are, of course, an important factor. And giving the customer the option to choose and having a market that allows this is a healthy thing, basically. So in general, I would say it's a good thing that you have the competition, but it's always important to look at how you regulate this and what goals you would like to achieve as a country.
Yes, I fully agree. I think a fair competition is always a good thing for the customer. It's also a good thing for the business partner, for the business company, because I mean it forces the business company to improve regularly and to provide through innovation the best offer to the market. Then, of course, there will be competition between the different transport modes, simply because I mean now we have to take into account the fight against climate change. And we see already in some of the countries that I would say the rail mode of transport is favored when the time of transport is not very different from the time with the plane, simply because I mean it is assessed that the consequences on the environment are less detrimental with the rail rather than with the air. So I mean whether we like it or not, there will be some competition. Maybe not linked to the prices, but linked also to the challenge of the fight against climate change.
I mean, I think we all agree on the fact that you need to have a competition in all areas to have the most efficiency. But the only thing I would like to add, being EIB, is that the important thing is to cover hidden prices. I mean, maybe it's cheaper to have lorries on highway if you don't have to pay for the highway. So whatever you do, you must be sure that the full price of using that kind of tool of transport is reflected in the price. And then I think, yes, it's a question of competition. I think also habit change. People maybe are more conscious about the climate, and some people are going to prefer to have a train to an aircraft. But that is also a good thing, but that is more moral values. But I think from an economic point of view, it's important that all hidden costs are included in the price.
I'll take Kyiv-Dnipro. Okay, so to add the water transport, we definitely stand for competition. Because when we speak about the commitments of the state, we need to have infrastructure for competition. When it comes to roads, yes, we are doing that. We reconstruct the railway line. We plan at least to do it. So high-speed trains are about to be purchased within the next couple of years, additional batteries. And when it comes to aviation, reconstruction of 10 regional airports. For inland waterways, which is super relevant for Ukraine, using an example of European states, I'll remind you that in Ukraine we have 3 out of 10 biggest rivers in Europe, and these are almost not used today. For cargo, 10-15%, almost zero passengers, because we don't have fleet for transportation. That's the reason. For this type of transport to be competitive, we need state support, motivation of national ship construction program, we will try to get the support from other state agencies to have cheap, high-quality vessels in Ukraine, produced in Ukraine. Then we'll have certain, of course, some competition, fair competition. So competition, we do have it. We will have competition, and but we have underfinanced Ukrzaliznytsia and underestimated inland waterways, and the ministry is going to deal with it. And we move in the right direction, and we do hope that railway will carry passengers at market prices, but not at established tariffs, without creating unfavorable competitive environments for the transport means. So I'd like to give a microphone to our listeners and viewers, to audience, maybe if there are questions.
Будьте добры.
So, dear colleagues, Yuri Voskresensky, I'm from Minsk, Belarus. I'm leading the Roundtable of Democratic Forces. So we talked about infrastructure, but infrastructure is primarily people. It's about people. So I have a question. Evgeny, to you, first of all. You are a moderator, but I think I can dare. So, the air connection which is cancelled between Ukraine and its ally, which always supported the territorial integrity of Ukraine, I mean Belarus. How long will it actually be there? And what losses does Ukrainian business have? Using your company as an example. Okay, this is KIEF International Economic Forum, and this is an economic panel, and I am not competent to answer any political questions when it comes to all these detours that we have today in international airlines. I mean, the avoidance of Belarusian territory. We do not have the discriminatory conditions for detouring because everyone's doing that. All our competitors do that. We do not cross your territory. Yes, we have these highly discriminatory conditions when we actually move to Kazakhstan, when we need to avoid Crimea and Black Sea. And Kazakh airlines, they go directly via Russian territory when we bring our passengers for 40 minutes longer. We do. With Belarus, there is no violation of competition in aviation. This was a common political decision. I don't know how long it takes. I'm not the person who can answer that. Alexandra Vorona, president of the Union of NGOs of People with Disabilities from Kyiv, director of Inclusive Design Center. I have a question to Mr. Jean, I guess, and maybe to other speakers, partially. So, can you tell me, when we invest into certain projects, Europe invests, I mean, this is an international requirement, the inclusiveness in projects, yes? When you do provide certain investments, do you control this condition to be present there? And who actually is responsible for this control? Who is authorized to control it as an option? When we build a school, but for example, a bathroom in the school is not adapted for low mobility people. When we build a hospital, but the infrastructure around it, so it's really hard for people to approach, yes? And you can get there only with ambulance. When you build a road, but, for example, the pedestrian crossings or the side roads are not adapted for these people, and people have to move. If between villages, they have to move in dangerous zones and put themselves in a threat. So that's a question. We are also happy to cooperate. We helped other governments and local authorities on inclusiveness. And
of course, we'll be happy to continue supporting.
It's a very good one. When we do, for example, urban project, I know that is something we're very much concerned about, that it has to be inclusive, including all the people. To be absolutely frank with you, I don't have the detail on the buses and public transport. I need to check that out. But in general, if you want, the bank is very, very sensitive to the fact that all the projects we do in cities have to be inclusive. I have seen many projects in the West where we see this tramway or they allow disabled people to come on the train quite easily. I don't know exactly on the project we have been running now for buses and tramway. I will need to check that. But honestly, thank you very much for raising the question. It's really something I will look into, so thank you for that. But I know in general we do, but I will look into the details. It's a very good question. Thank you for that.
I think you raised a very interesting questions, and for the companies, I think inclusiveness, diversity is a key issue, not only to abide by the regulations of the ERB or IBB, but simply because, I mean, the people joining the company, I mean, they care about the fact that the company is a good company in terms of diversity and inclusiveness. That's why my company, for instance, has decided to be certified by the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, which, you know, is an independent external audit on the inclusiveness and the diversity action plan that we have. And I think more and more companies are fully aware that now it is a crucial point for them to continue their development.
Спасибо. Есть еще...
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? So, good afternoon. Dmitro Grib, my name is, and I'm happy to see you all, and I'm truly happy to stay here in this forum. So, you actually mentioned in your speeches not only about the transport infrastructure, but about the general infrastructure. So, with the last National Defense Council decision to exclude 6 state electric energy companies from the privatization list, it does not correspond to your words completely, because Ukraine does require the development of electric energy infrastructure. What ways are there? Maybe it's more to EIB. What ways are there to modernize the electric energy infrastructure? It's clear that these lockouts, it's just a matter of time. And in this case, the state is not the best manager. What would you recommend for us to rejuvenate, restore the electric energy infrastructure in Ukraine?
Is that I think it's important that the government works on a strategy. I mean, we have today an electric sector where there's a lack, same thing like with UZ, there's a lack of transparency. You have the transporter of electricity in Ukraine, Ukraine accumulating losses. There are different things. I mean, I think that, to be very general, you need to have prices that reflect the cost. So private people, I mean, there's a need, in my opinion, to pay the price of electricity. You also have industrialists who have sometimes very favorable contract. The large industries need to pay the cost of the electricity. So you must balance that first. Then you have obviously households in Ukraine, like everywhere, who are struggling to pay the electricity bill. Then if the government wants to make subsidies to these people, to give benefits to these people, that's a political choice. It's nothing to do with the bank. But as a bank, I'm very happy to see transparency in the electric sector. So that's one thing. Then again, the grid, for example, in Ukraine, there's a lot of investment needed. So it's not a company that can accumulate losses. I mean, you still need to work on the synchronization with the EU. The Prime Minister mentioned that this morning, that you really want to synchronize it with the EU. The second thing is also balancing. You have to balance the electric grid, which is very complicated. And especially if you want to come out from some of the older industry, like coal, for example, generation of electricity, you want to have more renewable. That puts much more pressure on the balancing of the grid. So there must be, if you want, a very comprehensive strategy on where you want to go. I mean, where Ukraine wants to go on the electricity, and I think that you must have this comprehensive view where you want to go, and there must be transparency. To be very honest, the situation on the electricity and UZ, in my opinion, are quite similar. You need to have more transparency, and you must be transparent on prices. Then how you want to tackle, some of these are really political issues, and that is up to the government to decide. It's not to a bank to decide how you want to balance political issues. But transparency is something you need if you want to attract investors and you want to continue, to have the support of the larger IFIs.
Я благодарю за...
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Thank you for reminding us that infrastructure and electric energy supply is also a part of infrastructure. Of course, we did not focus on it at the panel. We discussed only the transport issues. I'm grateful to our speakers for the experience they presented at this discussion, and I do hope that they will continue working in Ukraine with great interest and enthusiasm, and that we will improve the infrastructure all together, and will definitely come to the best results. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Stay safe, and let's discuss in a year at the same panel. We'll discuss some achievements. Thank you so much.
може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще. Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр». Інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ЮА» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання: як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Цю таке чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. Епіцентр соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект Епіцентр дітям та фонду Реал Мадрид став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання: як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатись маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
First of all, I'd like to say that in Kiev, we have horrible traffic today. And I don't know what the reason is for the traffic, but I think that even the technology is to blame for the traffic, even in this case. So the topic of our panel, technology and media culture. So first of all, I'd like to tell you who are the panelists and present the panelists. So, Nick Going, we have the founder and director of Thinking the Unthinkable. And he also was the BBC presenter, used to be a BBC presenter. Alexander Bohutsky, Starlight Media CEO. So, good afternoon. Vitaly Honcharuk, who is promoting everything related to AI in Ukraine. And as far as I know, he's the advisor, not an advisor anymore, okay. Okay. I'd like to present Olha Zakharova, who's the Chief Communications Officer in DTAC, and also Ms. Goldsberg, who is a child and family psychologist. So, let's go. If you'd allow me, I will lead our panel in Ukrainian. If necessary, I'll switch to Russian. So we had to have a philosopher with us, Andrei Baumeister. Unfortunately, he got sick. My first question, I wanted to ask him, what is the media culture? Because what is technology? It's more or less clear. We don't have Mr. Baumeister with us. So I, as a person who is a little bit technologically proficient, I asked Google, what is media culture? And the first answer I got was from Wikipedia. I will not quote, but I'll say this. Wikipedia claims that media culture is the time we live in, where the face-to-face communication from person to person is almost replaced with communication via the intermediary means or devices, technological or digital. What happened? So we fully delegated our relationships, our communication to technology. We even have such a thought, such a statement, that media culture is the new religion because it's a mass concept. It offers some new senses and concepts. It's the one who leads, and in some sense, it gives some very clear answers to some very unambiguous answers to very complex questions. My first question, it goes to Mr. Bohutsky. So, Alexander, do tell us, if we do live in the times and the era of this great media culture and the media technology becomes a tool on how to handle the masses, how to handle the people, the technological breakthrough that we actually all witness today, when technology is now available not only to selected people, like TV used to be, so it's liberalized. It liberalized the media culture. It made it fully liberal. Now it's fully liberal. So tell me, what the classical media, traditional media, do you think about it? Do you actually take TV as a classical or traditional old school media? So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start with a little bit more fun to make it more interesting and for you to have some use, definitely out of this panel dedicated to culture. And what I want to say, I'm impressed because I thought that everything containing the word culture, that this is mostly about people older than me. This is a good thing that I have a little bit more than that. So to refresh, some people do think that new things are really new and something that we have only today, emerging today. We speak about the visionaries, the Silicon Valley, young people, Instagram, Facebook, young people revolution. One of the most famous revolutionaries, Samuel Colt, he actually created his cult in like 20 years. So he called it Peacemaker first, then we had the statement that God made people and cold made them equal. President Trump was the first to say that he doesn't need media for communication with people because he has Twitter. As we know, Twitter doesn't need Trump because Twitter cancelled him. So the whole idea that world has changed, and today for communication you don't need media. This idea characterizes this area. This area, it characterizes the idea to self-destruction. Water as a media is everywhere, but if someone's drinking from the puddle, maybe drunkards or those who really want to drink, but each of you, every day, you do use media which are not media, without editors, educated editors, with no data check, with no source of information, you know? And these are the people who drink the water just from the bottles or put filters or something else. So, look, I think that definitely our health is our own responsibility. You may use any media, and we can say the television is off, the traditional media is off, and young people just don't watch television, they don't eat meat, we don't take pills, and we will die young, it doesn't matter. No, it's not like that. We speak about a more complicated answer. What world do we want to see? And if we do want to watch this world, do we want to influence the quality of the future world, the world to come? We want to affect it, we want to influence, because we are the biggest Ukrainian broadcaster and we are the most responsible, I can say. And let's launch an experiment, okay? In schools previously, you had to get some warm-up before lessons, but raise your hands those who are vaccinated. Look. You're watching TV, it's clear. Because all of those who are not vaccinated, they say, we don't watch TV. So, it's definitely an answer to the question. And it's a lot of sense in it. Okay, but in the media, that you say which are not quite media, there's a cool thing. They have very simple, unambiguous answers for any kind of question that's really convenient. Well, truly it's worse. In these media we have a culture, hate culture. If previously it sounded like, okay, you have the wrong socks, you have a wrong body, you're not that smart, you're not that strong, you're not that rich. Previously I read results of the survey, a psychologist may tell something. Mothers today don't think on how to organize a birthday party for a child, but what photos should be posted on Instagram from that party. A child is a priority number 2. Photo is a priority number 1. You know, it's all really complicated. Vanity is, you know, vanity is a sin. So we can compare it like half of the Europe used to smoke not hashish, opium. Everybody liked it. Once they did, by the moment when some doctor said, you know, if you want to live, just refuse that. So it's not about new media, that's not what I'm saying, but such ideas as common sense, responsibility, how to think. This will not obstruct us in our discussion. Without thinking of money, previously, what I really was interested in, we had these magazines giving money for someone to give a photo, nude photo. Now people do it for free. You know, moreover, we have people who even pay money to advertise to get this free of charge. To see their photos free of charge. So good news for you people. You have something that can be liked, something that will never let you down, something that's waiting for you. And the best professionals with education work for the relevant quality of it. What is that? Television, that is, and it's waiting for you. So, a short last question. Maybe not the last one. I thought I had to come with prizes and say everyone who asks a question gets a prize, but I have this hope that it'll go without books. Yeah. So you say that we exist, you have us, we are the television, and now it's your responsibility for the high quality information to appear. Because if from you there will be no demand, the TV may exist like for a certain period of time and that's it. Is there any kind of mechanism for the people to vote in other ways? So is there a demand in Ukraine for high quality content? What is the share of information consumers, information users? Which share actually wants to get some high quality information? Thank you, Natalia. Well, it's quite deeper anyway, because you use vote. You use the verb vote. We can have another warm up. Who's voting? Who actually votes? It's not funny. I don't see hands raised, so I'd like to understand who's voting. Elections. Well, who actually votes? Who are the voters? Even fewer than vaccinated. And these are people who actually make decisions and adopt laws you live with. You are the leaders. You are people who make much more than $100. You are the future of the country. So, is there a demand? Yes. It may be there, but the only thing I like to say, Natalia, this paradigm that you think that someone's responsible, it's a big lie out of the past. Okay, I wanted to say to my husband, why so little sugar? But I said instead, why did you spoil my life? People can only get to something in partnership. Everything else... we have so many characteristics. Look, we need together to think about the model of the best future that we believe in, then trying to implement this whole concept with accessible means. High quality products, high quality services, high quality television, maybe some other way. We all have our ways. In our joint future, that's what we work for. A complicated question. When I understand that something's wrong, if I do have certain attitude to it or not. Everyone's discussing the Ukaraxian Bank story, the journalists case, and I called my CFO. Well, we basically are prepared to leave the bank for other if we see that there will be no responsibility. We have to protect journalists. We have to protect the freedom of speech. We have to stand for something we believe in. This is the part of new culture, part of media culture. Nobody's going to do it for us. We may have the high quality partnership. The thing is, how to get this high quality partner, how to find one. We want you all to get these high quality partners. Yes, your best partner is the television. It's there. Thank you. So, 3 statements I'll go back to first. People, viewers, audience, they today produce content and they consume it, and they are responsible, highly responsible for what they consume. So another statement is that the high quality content has to be there. Now, joint aim is to understand how to promote it. Because people, if we don't have the discourse, they don't pick the quality in the sense that Alexander means. Third statement, I think it's of utmost importance, the competition. The classical competition of the content. So let's solve the issue. Nick, tell me please. My question to you. So, in Britain, do you have a demand for high quality information? And does it mean that classical traditional media in Britain are beyond the threat? So nothing threatens them. People understand the value and people vote with their money.
Thank you very much. We're always under threat in the media. We're always under challenge in the media. That's what the media should be about. I have been working until recently for the BBC, where we have a degree of regulation from the Ofcom, which is the Office for Communications, which means you have to stand by certain ways of doing things and also balance impartiality. All these things are now being discussed. But let me just challenge you on something, quality. I'd like to say to all of you, you are all members of the media. I have been a member of the media for rather a long time, but I don't think it's an exclusive club. All of you with your mobile phones, all of you with your capacity to record and upload virtually anywhere where there's bandwidth, you are members of the media now. You have a responsibility. You have also the capability to distort and to manipulate if you want to. I think this is the richest time that there's ever been in the media. And I say that having reported, for example, from Ukraine when it was part of the Soviet Union, and I had to use a cassette which was that size. Now I can report from anywhere in your country using that, standing in front of the camera. When you talk about quality, everything has a quality. It can either be good quality or lower quality. No longer do you have to be a perfectionist. If something is recorded, like a flood, a catastrophe, an incident, look at the amount that's now revealed, exposed by those who've decided to pick up their phone and record something, sometimes at great risk to themselves. In 10 or 20 years ago, that would have been a reporter turning up afterwards saying, "What did you see?" Now the chances are you will see what has happened in real time. It'll be uploaded, and providing we would in the BBC verify it, providing it's verified, it'll be uploaded. And this is my way of saying to you, be careful about quality. You know, even people shaking with their camera and not doing it properly, the fact that they've recorded, they're bearing witness in the news business, is an incredibly powerful and important tool. It reveals, it confirms, it also puts pressure on those who claim, a bit like a dash cam, that it wasn't my fault. It means that there's the ability to witness, there's a degree of transparency. And I speak as someone who, I go back to my time when I've worked in Ukraine, when I've worked in parts of the Soviet Empire and also in Eastern Europe, when it was incredibly difficult to do things. I revealed that the Soviet army were leaving Afghanistan in November 1988, ahead of the deadline. There were almost no other correspondence there. It was virtually impossible to get any material out because of the nature of the technology. Look at what happened in August. The amazing proliferation of stuff, which meant we knew exactly what was happening at Kabul airport. And I was saying much of what I used to see in Afghanistan, I could never get out, certainly in real time. So I'm just laying this down as a marker for the moment, Natalia, saying, be careful what you mean by quality. Because yes, Netflix is doing well, Apple TV is doing well, and in many ways has much more money than the BBC now, which is under enormous political pressure within the UK. But quality is in the mind of the people who watch it. If someone posts something on TikTok and 11 million people are watching it, that means they think it's good enough quality to enjoy. It doesn't have to go through a regulator. It doesn't have to answer to a regulator. But it's a different kind of media environment. But that's why I say all of you have a responsibility, just like us, as the mediators in the business. We have a responsibility. I, as a presenter, have a responsibility to make sure most of the things that I see or am reporting are as verified as they can be in real time. Let me just give you, this is not quite relevant to your question, but let me just give you one example of how difficult this has become. I made the announcement of Princess Diana's death. I was on air for 5 hours before I made the announcement. In those days, almost 25 years ago, there were no mobile phones in Paris. There was no way of uploading pictures from the Pont d'Alma. If that happened today in the center of Paris or the center of a big city, within 5 minutes, people would be uploading the most terrible pictures. It would have put us under enormous pressure. There would have been terrible pictures of a terrible incident with terrible conditions. We think she was dead immediately after the accident. But for us, it would have meant a real dilemma. Were we censoring? Were we controlling it? No, we were acting in good taste. And I say that because everyone now has a responsibility to decide if they've got the material, what they then do with it, how they then respond to it, and how they disseminate it. Sometimes the best thing to do is not to send it out at all. But that does raise again the question, Natalia, of what is quality? Because the kind of things I'm talking about have a high quality, a high value, but actually at the same time, you've got to be discriminating and say, I don't want to broadcast it.
Thank you very much.
Concerning the quality, if I understand correctly what our speakers say, two statements are there. So the first one, quality depends on what the audience does consume, each of you, I mean. And it means that someone has to take the function of a media mentor, media educator, and to help people consciously consume, if it's actually possible. At least I can tell you, I don't believe that much in the fact that people will limit themselves and really work hard to create this demand for high quality information. I don't believe in this. They will not educate themselves. This is my personal opinion. Of course, this is really convenient to place all the responsibility on audience. Absolutely. If this is possible, how? If this is impossible, shall we have new media regulated? But before we actually come to these questions, I'd like to ask Vitaly Honcharuk, please tell me, Alexander and Nick partially confirms that the quality of contact is super important. Who is responsible for the quality, and how to work with this quality can be actually regulated? At the same time, technology actually is doing some incredible stuff. We had the deepfake, yeah? We have the technology of deepfake, which actually creates a picture, an image, which you can't actually somehow even differ from the real one. The voice, you know, all things which, well, let's say guarantees. Those guarantees fade. They become too flexible. And we speak about content, but we don't say how is this content transferred or delivered. Technology allows us, it gives us immense opportunities to deliver the content. So I have a question. There is a feeling that technology and technological progress, consciously understanding that humanitarian progress is too slow, it uses media culture for its own expansion. It's like a parasite. It actually puts, the technology puts media culture as its servant and moves quickly with quantum leaps. And for our understanding, it's beyond our understanding. People can't educate themselves and transform themselves so quickly when it comes to culture. Question number one. Do you think... I need to note, I'm sorry I'm not that quick as well. An important question. First one. Do you think that the current technological speed, it's really okay for human beings? And how do you think this speed, does it work for our social, is it a social advantage? Does it give something good to us? Controversial questions. First of all, I have a conflict of interest when I answer, because I am an entrepreneur primarily, and my key businesses are related to technologies. So that's why I'm asking you, and that's why you are in this chair. I got it. Now, first of all, I think that people use the technologies because people think it's useful for them somehow. Secondly, if we compare the TikTok and the classical channel they have a similar way of functioning, but TikTok works better with dopamine addiction. When we click channels, switch channels, the viral contact which may retain us, in TikTok it's more tuned comparing to channel, because in channels someone's for quite a long time telling, pronouncing long idea, it's, you know, it's too extended. The dopamine shot in TikTok is really great, and many channels dream about that. They can't say that we are responsible for, we are important for the society, but all their products, they tune their products. They really want to get the attitude of people who click. They fight for attention. Sorry, not the attitude, but attention. They fight for audience's attention. Do these technologies give something good for all of us, for the human beings? Well, do they create this greater good? One of my businesses is related to deepfake technology. I think that, well, I can say the following. Deepfakes are just positioned in a negative light, because if you call a ship in a certain way, it goes like that. It's 50-50. You can use deepfake in elections, manipulate, of course, but come on, everyone's doing... They did it before deepfake. We even tried to fake photos. This technology is accessible to more people today. That's the thing. Some positive things there are. Everyone is taking care of privacy, data protection, and so on. And the technology used in deepfake, we can actually utilize in such cases, like a person can conceal, can hide. In some cases, the one may hide one's personality with deepfake. You can Google it. Elon Musk is popular in Ukraine. Deepfake Elon Musk. You can see how he's entering a Zoom conference. But this is not Elon Musk. It's another person. And you can hide yourself as well. I think there is a definitely positive thing in such technology. We need to work with it. If we don't use it, someone else will. And then we are not proficient in it. So, if I understand correctly, any technology may bring something good, something bad. Well, not any, but the media technologies we have may be good, may be bad. It depends on the person. If the person is able to separate one thing from another. Not everything depends on a human being, of course. Some stuff depends on something depends on regulators. In the US, well, first of all, China prohibited online games for children only 3 hours a week, I guess. In China, they banned TikTok for some categories. They understand that due to this dopamine addiction, people lose time, waste time. They just pour it like in the drainage. And the Facebook today is actually trying to change its product policy. They understand today that if they continue working like they do, they'll have some damage to their image inflicted. So, shall social media be regulated? I think they are always regulated, but the regulators, the way you understand regulation when it comes to social media, it's a couple of steps behind the technological process. 3-4 years of chat lag, but okay. In other areas, it's the same. I don't know. So we bring a product to the market, a chemical substance, and they see that in a couple of years it actually gives side effects. It's the same kind of story, and I think it's not okay, but it's better than if we have this over-regulated and we will do something that's not prohibited, because regulators will not give us space for experimenting. And truly, when we design a technology, it's an experiment itself, and a lot of hypotheses are there. Okay, last question. You said that each content may be posted in each communication channel. So not those. This is a competition not only for content, but the technological capacity understanding. Tell me, please. Other social media, new media, are these the killers for classical media? Or this is a new opportunity for it? If we take like 500 years ago, that period, we had only one channel for content distribution of the church. Well, via the church, we distributed the single media product. Today, we are in a situation when those who are proficient in technologies, the on-age, they actually take the audience out of those who can't timely handle the new data transfer type. But you can actually take the classical media in the US. They all, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, started experimenting actively with new channels of distribution of Facebook, YouTube. So today, in big media, classical media, if they did not miss the moment, they have a lot of YouTube users as well. So if big classical media will understand the technology and will timely jump on the train, that will be an opportunity for them to become stronger, not to compete. In new distribution channels and technology, they have a problem on how to generate new content. Nobody wants to invest in new content generation. 15 years ago, Ukrainian media, they thought that YouTube is like shit, you know, some crap for some people who exist elsewhere. And now they all are in YouTube. Isn't it late? Well, they started doing it like, I don't know, everyone raised their hands. I don't watch TV, but on YouTube I see some channels, they are in YouTube already. The same thing about TikTok models, like I can see that some channels are optimizing the content and putting it virally on TikTok. They resell it in TikTok, but we need to understand that you have to optimize it as well. In TikTok, long speeches, no. Likes, if we have ageism, and if the image is more than 10 years old, nobody is actually watching it. So for virtual reality, you need other approach for content generation. But National Geographic, they started, we cooperate with them for 6 years or so. 6 years ago, we had a joint project. So 6 years ago, they started creating content for virtual reality. So they invest, they experiment. This is an investment. Thank you. Hanna. Katerina. Not Hanna, it's Katerina. So we mentioned the following. People started generating content. Almost everybody. They consume it in immense amount. Vitaly says that technology will not be stopped. Nick says this is a huge responsibility of the people themselves, how they consume and what they consume. What the social psychology says. What does the science say about us as creatures? It's okay for us. Is it affordable? I'll start with the following. We are at Economic Forum and I'm a psychologist. And my key message will be the same as in the movie Social Dilemma, which tells us that if you come to internet and you buy nothing, you are a commodity. And it's important to understand that each like is a transaction. It's a purchase. It's an act of purchase. And we do have certain marketing component in any content does have it. That is why we have a problem that these kitchen talks, they are now transferred to media area. the fake nature of it, the consequences of the fake flair. Because if in the modern, in current, in the modern textbook on biology in Ukrainian schools, like we have the statement that you can treat cancer with baking soda. So this is the consequence. The Social Dilemma movie actually tells us that the depression rate for modern teenagers and suicide attempts, it goes up. For teenagers starting with age of 14, 70% more. And children aged 10 to 12, 150% of increase. I mean, the suicidal attempts, that's a threat. We need to understand that we are responsible for it. And the connection between the content that children and adults do get from media, you can't actually break this connection. We have the dopamine addiction. It was mentioned already. And any person has to stay there all the time, scrolling the feed, being there. And it's not about your age. Children and teenagers, they generate this addiction faster. It's formed faster. We can speak about ethics here. As a psychologist, I have people coming to consult me. I have some ethical standards. Any journalist will confirm, yes, we have some ethical standards. Journalism, yes, does have its ethical code. Any person who may become a media outlet, I can become like a blogger and influencer in a Facebook. He has or she only the morale and ethics one has nurtured, one personal ethics. If we don't start looking for ways to control the thing, we will appear in a very big hole. We'll have a lot of information on us, but we'll have a fake hole. We'll sit there and everyone will drink from the puddle. He won't care. Because what's the difference, actually? Miss Katerina, who has to be responsible for this regulation? Technological companies, state, people, who? Well, this is quite an important question, and I think that there must be a partnership. As a human being, I do have my own ethics and moral principles. I can do it on my own, but we understand properly, and we definitely understand that if I take my phone and my Facebook, my husband has his own Facebook. These are different Facebook pages. We are in the same apartment. We have like common conversations, and we may have voted for the same person. But in this case, we live in our own reality, you know, in our own bubble. We live in different bubbles. So here it's really crucial to find some ways to regulate. I mean, external regulation should be there, where media will definitely be responsible for the content. So people can't be responsible for themselves 100%. If we want to be bought, if we want to be purchased, our attention is bought. It's bought by various methods which psychologically affect us. Color, font, brightness, forms, shapes. We have these popular things among teenagers, ASMR videos. Do you know what that is, ASMR? This is a wonderful thing. Why they listen to that, I can't. For me, it's difficult because it affects my conscience. But they really like it. Sometimes very specific music. What is the most popular film on Netflix? The Squid Game or something. So it's really weird, but they do watch it. And quite soon we'll have a whole generation of people raised in a different way. Their ethical standards are absolutely different, and that's why we have such things becoming popular. If you don't have an external regulator, Facebook, if you post it somewhere for someone to complain, that's a regulation, but we still speak about the freedom of speech. we will keep that in mind, the principles of the freedom of speech and the access to information. So this dilemma will even deepen. So I'd like to say that in the US, they have a very interesting process. If you don't stick to it, if you don't know what that is, please dive deep. Ex-employee of Facebook, a lady, she worked with data and analyst. She took certain reports with her. She made it public. She published it, and she shared it without BI, I guess. I don't remember. So she published it, disclosed it. What do the reports say, and what this lady says about the Facebook? The whole ecosystem of Facebook, not just the Facebook itself, they do know very well how harmful they are. The algorithms, how harmful these are. They studied it, they recognize it, but each time when there was a dilemma to make money or to refuse from certain things just because they not only give some use to people, Facebook, Instagram, they decided every time to pick money instead of the no-harm attitude. So she passed the results of the study on Instagram that content which is prioritized according to algorithms promotes and encourages girls actually to have some problems with their digestion. So we have a research that there is a correlation between the content which actually somehow promotes teenagers to minimize the consumption of food, and it leads to anorexia. Facebook knew of that, but they did not change the algorithms. They know that the most popular content is hate content, and still they did nothing. There were no efforts to correct it. Because, let's say, the light-hearted content is not that popular, it's not monetized, it's not good for business. Today, it went to Senate. As always, we have an opposite party, and this party claims that it's wrong, it's a little bit different. But this whole case is truly important. Why? Because for the first time, we have a discussion around technological giants, yes, concerning this greater good. It's not about legitimacy, but it's about ethics. So we as people who knows, we are the generation who knows that if it's according to the law, it's okay. The new generation says that it's not only the law, but the legitimacy and the ethics as well. Is it ethical? New generation asks if it's ethical. So I'll go back. I'll turn to Olga Zakharova. I just want to say that there is an interesting research by one of the magazines on Generation Z. So there is a number of trends, and one of the 3 trends I want to present. So they claim that social media will die. They say that they don't see themselves Facebook, Instagram, any other kind of stuff. They say that instead of that, they will instead of this, they will live in so-called meta worlds in computer games. So a computer game is not just a game for it's a space for communication, and people will create these virtual villages, and these virtual villages combine in virtual ecosystems. Third thing they say that we will be the robots. We are ready to install technologies in ourselves to connect ourselves with these meta worlds and forever to disperse in it. Okay, to avoid devices. This looks pretty, I don't know, pretty creepy. So Vitaly, will it be like it? So just one word. Facebook positions itself as a metaverse company. Okay, already. And I have a question to Olga. So we spoke about the responsibility of technological companies. We spoke about media. We spoke about responsibility of people. So from the standpoint of media culture, what business is doing and about to do? Any kind of business, is it actually a player? And what he has to know. So actually, I was listening to all the speakers. Thank you for your opinion. Before I answer the question, I'd like to think aloud. Okay, when we speak about media culture, do we understand ourselves as subject and object of the media culture, and when it actually starts forming itself, shaping itself? The culture is studied by so many sciences and ethnography, sociology, psychology, anthropology, history. So, unfortunately, we and our children, we have low level of media awareness and literacy. We are amateurs. We did not study that. And we only use our experience to learn. So for us not to get lost in this huge media cultural world, I think it's really great. It's really urgent to think about education. Educating children and adults both. Secondly, who should do that? All of us, all together, the society. Businesses, who is all? Okay, the answer is like that. So the state has to create conditions, the society must form requirements, the business must give certain solutions, then it'll work. So each has a role. If we do work in a separate way, if we do work separately, no result.
So businesses that are not media businesses, that are not tech businesses, not IT, they are still media players and they are producers of media content. I am an expert in media communication, it so happened. And back when we as businesses, if we want to be heard, not necessarily we need to wait till we get invited to the TV to speak. We can create a phenomenon of discussion. We can broadcast it through our channels. And our study says that the website of a corporation as a channel, as the first source, has higher trust than even an interview of speakers or a comment of managers in a popular publication. So again, since journalism has lost some ground through fake news, and they say you can buy an interview in the press, all of that negates the trust, basically. And I think that's the most important. So basically now, knowledge of media culture, knowing how to manage corporate media who stopped being internal, they became external. That, I think, is the victory for the businesses that allows to be leaders in the future and build trust between themselves and society. So businesses are also media players, right? Right. And it's a very powerful media. And you say that you are responsible for the content. So media says we are responsible for the quality of the content. Not only are we responsible for the content, but in order to be heard, we have to study our audience, as the media companies do. In order to interest the viewers, to retain their attention, we have to say what they want to hear about. And that impacts our actions. McLuhan says the media is the message. Okay, so McLuhan, from 50 years or so, said that the media is the message. And it's the storytelling and the message. What's the message of business? What value do businesses bring as authors of content? What do they sell? So first of all, they have to prove the sense of their existence to society, right?
But my job as a journalist, however you want to classify me, is to challenge whatever is put out in that video you don't get a free ride. And no one in the corporate sector should assume they have a free ride. They can all talk about sustainability, ESG, greening, but actually, if most of it is an exaggeration and a claim which can't be justified by data, then we in the traditional media, and that's a wrong expression now as well, we have a job to make sure that what is being said is actually correct and to highlight it if it's not. So it's wrong for a company to think that if it's run on YouTube or run on their website, they can get away with it. That's a miscalculation.
Thank you very much. Я хочу сказати, що є...
Right, thank you. You know, this idea that is called the right for truth or entitlement to truth. We are in a society where we don't seem to be entitled to the truth. But who is entitled, or who guarantees you this entitlement? If do you have the right for truth, and is somebody guarantees that? Well, I think there has to be some idea that you come forward with, and I think this idea is the personal responsibility for the future. In this sense, the right for the truth has to be guaranteed by the consumer. So if the consumer got duped, they don't go for the second time where they got duped. But very often it so happens that somebody gives you a promise saying that I'm not going to drink anymore, or I'm only drinking 100 grams, that's it. And then they go on and do that again and again. And that's it. And then we have to deal with the phenomenon partially tied to this new atmosphere, which is about there is no rules anymore. And you say, who has to control the rules? And they say, what rules? There are no rules. And then again they drink, and then again it happens, and it's a big problem, which is connected to the movement forward. We have to stop for a while. We have to say that there have to be rules for any game, that we should at least start from ourselves, and I will start from myself, and I will stop drinking bad stuff. So that's going to be a huge step forward. So we think that we dedicated this hour to decreasing the level of untruths and having more quality information, and that's added value behind all of that. Tell me, who of you has premium subscription to YouTube? Well, some rich people. No, they are just media hygienically aware people. They just pay to avoid watching the ads. And that's what dopamine is also responsible for. All these addictions and dependencies is what dopamine responsible for. Alcohol, other drugs, and as psychologists say, there's the only one way to avoid addiction or being addicted is to isolate from the source of your addiction. And this is where I'm in favor of personal responsibility. You yourself have to take responsibility. You have to be aware of what you're consuming. Like for myself, I started paying for my books always. I never download books for free. And that gives me an opportunity to choose what I want, what I really want to read. That's just the way, if I buy some content, if it's not some trash feeding you anything just to keep you glued to the screen by anything, then it's my responsibility to not consume that anymore, not to pay for that. And there's also time that we're spending at the screen. You can't do that eternally. But teenagers, they're doing that all the time, no control. How hygienic is that per day? No, there's no recipe. The psychologists don't have the unified opinion on that. I would suggest, just recently I checked with some customers how much their 14-year-old teenagers spend with the screen. 8.5 hours, the entire work day. And Those are the kids who are still in school. China has already issued a ruling and banned some of these things. But again, 3 hours tops, no more than that. Okay, we have questions. We have time for 3 questions. If you have questions, please raise your hands and we will accept them. Anybody with a microphone around to pass it around? Yes, there's a microphone. Okay. Somebody's approaching with a microphone. Just. Please state yourself. How do you direct your question? Just one question. No comments. It's very important. Sergey Miroshnichenko from Media Business. My question to Alexander Bakutsky. With the change in the technologies, how do you see your advertisement model changing and monetization of the media? How do you see it in the next 5 years, let's say? Thank you. Thank you. Well, everything, all the roads lead to money. And we get 25% of revenue that's not ad generated. And that is my example, like Dubai. We were all thinking that they earn their money through oil and gas. And I came over to Dubai and I realized that it's no more than 40% oil and gas. And their goals is after 2020 to decrease it by 20. And they live in the desert. They didn't have universities in the beginning. So why can't we sit addicted to oil and gas and etc.? So that's why we started thinking. True entrepreneurship, giving you revenues generated by ideas, by freedom, entrepreneurship in a good sense of the word. But let's say it's very important to understand that money without culture is dead weight. So despite all the controversy in this topic, I'd like to thank Natalia and others to organize this forum. The more attention you pay, even if you have YouTube Premium, the more you culturally, the more aware you are when you consume your product, the more successful your country has a chance to become. The most important is to see this connection. Personality, a company, a community, a country, Europe, and the world. There are no miracles to shut in your bubble and avoid all responsibility. No. We are as CEOs, we may be responsible for 3,000 people, but we're responsible for everything. We're leaders in streaming of social advertisements that rallies people to get vaccinated. Not because we make money, we're losing money, but because we're responsible for everyone. That's important. Right. Nick, would you like to add something?
The economics of this are changing very fast. 3 points. First of all, when you look at what's happened to the Washington Post, which has been bought by Jeff Bezos, and for him it's just pocket money, it's just short change. I think he spent...
For what reason? What is his incentives?
To make sure that the Washington Post survived, because at the cover price within the Beltway in Washington, it can't survive at that level. And advertising was going down because of the nature of social media and the way stores and others are advertising and the different kind of advertising that there is. But I say that because I think he paid $250 million for it, which for him was barely pocket money. But the catchline of the Washington Post is democracy dies in darkness. So he's doing it for very clear reasons. Mark Benioff as well bought up Time magazine, which was essentially failing. I saw on the website today that the Guardian newspaper, which has been one of the many journalistic operations involved in the Pandora Papers, they are appealing for funding for the journalism that they have produced. It's a bit like listening to PBS and watching PBS, the Jim Lehrer NewsHour and so on, where they appeal all the time for funding for journalism. Yet, if you have Amazon, you can see where all their money is coming from. You can see where Apple TV is coming, where all their money is coming from. the nature of financial support, particularly for journalism, which I'm involved in, or have been involved in, is changing very fast. And I have worked for many years for the BBC. The BBC is a publicly funded broadcaster. It costs about £160 a year. That's peanuts, but it can't compete anymore against Netflix, Apple TV, because the revenues are going down and the next generation don't understand why they have to pay for a license because they can buy everything, not on a TV set, but actually they can watch anything anywhere on their laptop, on their handset, on a screen near you.
Thank you very much. We have, в нас є час на два.
We have time for 2 questions more. Okay, thank you. What's your name? My name is Vladimir. I have a question regarding control in communication. You've been saying we must control, we must help, that's our social responsibility. Is there a reason for that? Who do you address the question to? Maybe to all the speakers. As I said, Vitaly, I would like to hear your opinion first, maybe. Right, we're going to control that. But what's the consequence? Maybe some other social network that will avoid that control. So my impression is that social networks, the difference is that they don't provide that so much control. The news outlets, they have filtration and some control. Social media give you a relative freedom to post anything you want. So is there a reason? Is there sensible control? And maybe that will produce other social networks like Telegram where there's minimal control. We've all seen the case with Donald Trump, who got banned from Twitter. But just the next time, he started adding subscribers in another social network. Then they banned the entire network that he used, and so on and so forth. And the whole goes all the way to darknet, you know. So if I would provide a well-balanced answer, it's not so much the question of control rather than the competition. Competition, different channels of distribution, etc. And the state will try to control anyway, because for the state, it's also a dopamine. They enjoy controlling other things. They cannot live without that. Not only controlling content, but the size of the content as well. All right. So there's a dopamine dependency. We can't get away from that. But with the help of technology, you can avoid control. I agree with that. And in some cases, the cost of control is much higher than the revenue you get from it. So, like, we use VPN. We go to some countries where there's less control. So technology will always be several steps ahead of the state that tries to control everything. And that's how it's always been. Olga? Okay, my short intervention. If you don't control, if you're not in control, that means that somebody's in control of you. It's about awareness. You have to have that antidote of being aware. If you enter some network or some environment, you have to be aware of the moment where you start to be manipulated and controlled. Just the same, I wanted to say that if you think that you are really choosing the content, I think you're largely mistaken. You're still in an information space that adapts to how quickly you watch something or how long do you stay on the page. So lack of control is full slavery? No, I don't think so. Still, you have to go through awareness. Wait a sec. Nick wants to say something, please.
I don't think the word is control. It is regulate.
Thank you. Вы говорите о том, что...
So you say that I'm thinking I must be aware. Not everybody wants to be aware. That is the problem. So why then? Why should we help people if they don't need it? If they just enjoy going to social networks, spend another 8 hours of their life. They also spend time in other spaces. I liked Yuval Harari speaking on a TED. He said that the whole cohort of useless people just well play computer games. They don't need any information, believe me. The last, I don't like this notion of useless people. Like 100 years ago, you bring a person from 100 years ago, he will say the whole audience here are useless because they're just watching your screens. There's no use from you. But in terms of people 100 years ago, like somebody says, you're creating content right now. You're learning, you're teaching the world artificial intelligence. You're helping that. So it's a question of your perception. Yeah, we're just saying like, what's the intent behind all that? Right. Let me tell you two things. The first is, like, I have a friend who believes that for the people to participate in democracy, you have to be vetted. You have to be qualified to that. Unless you qualify, you don't have any rights. I asked him, what's that qualification? He said, it's easy. Everybody has to be included in their condominium as an organization of their home for 3 years, trying to agree with people they don't know personally about basic things like roadblocks, waste management, etc. If for the 3 years you'll be successful with communicating with the team around you, if you find communication with them, that means you passed the test to be granted, to be entitled to use the tools of democracy. It's about responsibility. Why? I'm a moderator, but I'm participating in discussion. Still, what's the biggest problem, I believe? The problem is that we don't understand the consequences of our actions. There's no direct causal connection between what we do and what happens around us. There is this connection, but we're not always aware of it. We say it doesn't impact anything. Yes, it does. Responsibility is not about, limiting yourself all the time. It's about understanding what you're really doing and what's really happening and how that impacts your everyday reality. And that understanding of this interconnection, I think, is vital for us as a society. So last question, and we wrap this discussion.
I disagree with you.
Oh.
As a main presenter at the BBC, I took great care and thought about my responsibility. Because when you're broadcasting in real time, you are contributing to what is going on, particularly in a war or a struggle. People are watching you to make their tactical decisions about what to do next. That doesn't mean to say you control or you censor anything, but you've got to be incredibly sure you're correct. That is about responsibility. So I don't think you're right that we can't control. We do have a responsibility.
Thank you. Last question. Yes. Чи маємо мікрофон?
Do we have a microphone for last question? Alexei, a diplomat, I am. So my question is to Nick and to Vitaly, I guess both. So journalists didn't manage to negotiate on the standards. Those standards, which would be applied by all journalists, so universal standards, okay? But those channels and outlets with high reputation, they act according to some high standards. So do you think that the new media will be able to negotiate in a self-regulatory manner on the standards, like Twitter checking the fake of for Instagram or Twitter or vice versa? So will they be able to generate some standards which would allow to consider them like trusted? I think that this is really complicated because if we start digging into some truth, we start looking for some bones and whatever, there are some nuances. So we may find something unexpected. It's not enough for me to answer within this short time, but we have so many new resources and outlets. These invest in projects acting against deepfake, they allow automatically to create fakes and detect them at the same time. So the technologies and investment in these technologies today are at the same level as in fake technology. So it's about competition primarily, and if this is profitable, this competition will balance the market and we will live more or less in the same truth and lies that we had. It's always a balance between truth and lies, you know. Thank you, Nick. Something from you?
I think it's moving in that direction. I think when you see what Facebook are doing, the former British Deputy Prime Minister, Nick Clegg, is now a senior figure there, which is a mystery to many of us, but he's decided to do that as a politician to try and oversee some of this at Facebook. I wonder what he really thinks about what is now happening. I think it's moving in that direction, but it's very difficult, and I come back to Bezos and Benioff, Salesforce, and the kind of things which are happening. In order to have good journalists who actually can understand the questions they need to ask and the skepticism with which they have to look at information and the challenge and questioning they have to have in their own minds and the basis from which they're doing that, that costs money. And money's short in much of the media business unless there is a vested interest. I think it's becoming more difficult, but I have to believe that even though it's happening in retrospect and they're being dragged into it, the kind of new media that we're now seeing are moving in the right direction. But I'm not convinced it is as fulsome and as all-embracing as it needs to be and should be. And much of it, as we've seen by Zuckerberg's reaction to the whistleblowing revelations in the Senate in the last 24 hours, tends to be based on how we can keep continuing to make money.
Thank you.
You can actually go to a cinema and see that a fantasy film can get much more people comparing to documentary. And you may take this as a lie, as a truth, but if you take Jules Verne and read his book, we have a Jules Verne society which actually try to analyze which of one's, the members try to analyze which of one's fantasies has come true. Please don't take it like black and white, truth and lies. Sometimes it does make sense to trust, to believe in someone's fantasy. It may bring us to a better world. Virtual fields. Okay, so we are finished. Super brief final remarks, messages to our audience. A sentence, 2, not more. Sasha, start. So, look. You know what to do if you don't regret for time. If you want to save time, you want quality. Television, that is, you know. So we every time try to create new models. When you say that, okay, I don't have television, you don't have a TV with an antenna, but you have a variety of devices with screens, you see the products. We think that we gather talents, that we pay them good money for them to make good products of high quality. And then, yes, we have a competition, a battle between high and low quality, sugar-free and sugar-containing products, lactose-free milk, coconut milk, and so on. And many of those battles. So in some sense, we have this joint responsibility for the future. And let's just, if we need to pick a date, when to start something, let's start it today. Today is the best day to start. October 7th, and just make the world better. Thank you. It will look like I'm igniting a conflict. What I want to say, don't consume passive content. Don't do it passively, I mean. I don't have a TV. In my Facebook, I unfollow everyone. I have no passive content. I have no Instagram, and I don't have YouTube. Only if you actively consume content. When you have a need inside, you stop being a person who is being consumed and fed by some extra information one doesn't need. It's really great for your life. It gives you extra energy. Katarina, I really would like the media and all those who present information to be personally responsible, but if we speak about responsibility of consumption, 50-50. But actually, we are the key shareholders. Briefly, digital detox, that's it. That's it.
Think television, radio, newspaper. Everything is now a platform. Everything is now converging. Look at the number of newspaper platforms which are embedding video. Look at the Financial Times in London, which is now more popular as a digital product rather than a pink newspaper. These are fantastic times where the media convergence is producing a great strength, but don't think traditional. Think the way it is. And that means all of you are members of the media, and all of you have access, potentially, to every single platform going.
У меня простой посыл. Thank you, Nick. And у меня простой посыл ценить.
Simple message. Value offline. We have less and less offline in our lives. It becomes a new luxury, and please, appetite and hunger, these are different things. And don't mix that. Thank you. Yes.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ЮА» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання: як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатись маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували
We're about to start the next panel. My name is Zoe Litvin. I have experience in the educational area for more than 15 years, and I am honored to moderate this panel, Education 5.0, Our Brain in the New Reality. So today we'll talk about the brain, the education, the new wonderful world in the from the perspective of neurosciences in wonderful companies. So I'll present Viktor Komarenko, member of the Ukrainian Society of Neuroscience and the Federation of European Societies of Neuroscience. He can explain complicated things in a simple way. Your piece of applause. Okay. Yuri Gogotse, Ukrainian scientist, director of the A.J. Drexel Nanomaterials Institute, and as any scientist, well, for me, this is in honor of the super brain. I do think he is. He'll tell us what we do to get the mega strong brain. Yeah. So, Valeria Zabolotna. I know Valeria is the top manager, various educational projects. She's the founder. And now she educates the top managers, the adults. She's director of the DTAC Academy. And we have Serhiy Danilov, the IT guy, the neuroscientist, founder and CEO of the Behavior Academy and R&D Labs. He's designing educational solutions, the IT solutions primarily. So, the aim of this panel is to understand how our brains works in the post 4.0 industrial revolution, how it adapts, how it educates. So, from Daniel Kahneman, a quote from Daniel Kahneman, Fast and Slow Thinking. He said that human nature is not changing. What only changes where we invest our time. In social media, we mostly do, in doom scrolling, in some other things. And many scientists, many philosophers agree that we'll live in the golden fish era, when our ability to concentrate is shrinking, and that's not something that evolution was keeping for us. Or maybe it's not that scary as it seems, or do we need to adapt, or the brain is doing that already. So, who will start the panel? So, some interactive piece for you. Please, a question to the screen. You all have the chat bots in your Telegram. When you registered, you had a chance to download it. So if you do have it, give me an answer to that question. Okay, organizers, do bring it. Stereotypes and brain awareness. Okay, I'll give you the question. So, many of us argue, how effectively do we use the brain? What you think of it, the audience? What percentage, the average person, what percentage of the brain capacity, what do we use? Like 90%? 10%? 50%? Okay, tech support, tech support. I can see that there is a delay, some technical issue. Let's try to come back to that question later, and I'll just come to Victor directly. And to talk about brain, we actually have to understand what affects the brain, not only in this within this fourth industrial revolution, what people are interested in. what is the connection between brain and body? Since school, we know that brain actually rules the body, controls the body, but the vice versa process, the opposite process. Our cognitive abilities, do they depend on the brain? 3 components: genetics, so what we get from ancestors, the way of living, the lifestyle, and the age. Thank you for the question. Thank you. Of course, our body is an integral, complex, and brain affects the body parts, and the body itself affects the brain, its functioning, and its cognitive abilities. And here we get the question. So, the genetic factor, is this a dominating one when it comes to formation of cognitive abilities we manifest? We have some serious research with a huge number of subjects involved, which show that the academic performance, when we speak about academic performance, genetic factor is the dominating, and 70% of success in this specific area is determined by your genes. Why? Because maybe, for example, the amount of neurons and synapses do depend on genetic information kept in us, in our DNA, and the cognitive reserve amount is shaped by genetic structures. Some cell structures, its quality and quantity depends on genetics as well. So the genetic component is considered to be a dominator. It dominates more than actually the upbringing, the external environment, and so on, comparing to that. So the second issue, what is really important to understand? So it appears to be that there are a couple of ways. Today we separate a couple of areas, allowing us to improve the cognitive abilities of the brain and the behavioral one. So it doesn't give any damage. It's quite a useful way. When you change your behavior in life, that's how you can affect your cognitive abilities. What can be an example of that behavior which may increase the resource, the capacity and the resource? So physical load and sport, quite primitive, but not the primitive as it seems. Sleep. Yes, this is quite a good thing, sleeping. It's really pleasant. Don't ignore that, by the way. Don't ignore that. Yeah. We speak about training and learning and education. So those who actually graduated from school and continue systemically to study every year of the systemic learning, so actually saves you from dementia and other degenerative processes. It gives you extra 4 years. You have 1 year of systemic learning, and you have plus 4 years of healthy life, of common sense in your life. So, yeah, so of healthy brain. And we did talk about computer games. Okay, it appears to be that computer games, this is not that harmful thing, that this is not shitty at all, and this is not dangerous. A lot of research there is that really proves that shooters, wondrous adventures, and all that stuff, these online computer games actually helps you to increase our social skills, improve our social skills and cognitive skills as well. So with games, you have to be just, don't be that radical, okay? Don't be that negatively radical, but please use it properly, because this is definitely a tool we can use to improve our socialization and cognitive abilities as well. Okay. And you asked me about age. With age, you actually lose this, the plasticity, flexibility of the brain minimizes. Okay, so by some time, people thought, by some moment, at some point, people thought that the amount of neurons is only shrinking because a certain fixed amount we get when we are born. But some structures of our brain are formed like continuously, or generated continuously. Don't forget about this interesting ability we have to use neuroplasticity. With the help of it, we actually can increase the amount of neural contacts and to enhance the neurogenesis, generating new cells in the brain. So this enhancement of the brain plasticity directly or can directly be determined by the way we live. So if we're physically active, trust me, with this process, it's gonna be just fine. For the lazy people, yes, physical education, don't be that intense with it. Just 3 times per week, moderate physical load like walking with fast pace, and running itself allows you to activate neurogenesis, and new neural relations will form, and this is really great for cognitive functions and for happy life, for happy conscious life within a long period. So we have the results, by the way. We know what people do think. People are convinced that we use our brain, only 10% of it we use. I save the resources of my brain. I try to, but it doesn't work. I use it 100%. This is one of the myths, because neurobiologists say that our brain, we use it with almost 90%, 90 plus, at 90 plus. Okay. Okay, Yuri, I just want to ask you as a person, as a scientist, but a philosophical question. So many scientists like the Kahneman we started with, they know that today people are not that smart as our ancestors were 300, 500 years ago. They say that from the scientific point of view, so the brain is shrinking, literally, and from another point of view, they say that the amount of free time that people do have today, because people don't care today so much about where to hunt, how to survive, where to get food. So the progress took it all, and we have a lot of free time, and we don't invest this time in self-development and in some high-level cognitive tasks, and we invest it into shit, into scrolling, basically. So do you agree with that? I don't agree with this, but I am not a specialist, an expert in this area. I can just tell you what I think. Maybe I'll pick English because, for example, I really loved it. The previous panel, we had 3 languages used: Russian, Ukrainian, and English. And I think for cognitive, for our cognitive abilities, this is really good. This is a practice for the brain. For the audience, I can say that you have a chance to get your headphones and get the translation.
I don't think, I don't know whether our brains are smaller now. Maybe mine is smaller, but before people were busy with how to survive, but certainly they were spending a lot of the rest of the time where they were not caring about food or survival, eating, having sex, and as soon as they invented alcohol, drinking. And I don't think they really required a lot of brain power to do this here. What happens, I think, without going back 500 years ago, I can compare myself and my children who are around 30, and this is the age of many people in the audience. They just think differently. They have many more activities, multitasking. They actually learn and think more than I learned, just learn it differently. And the way they think is different. And let me tell you, I realized it 20 years ago. We just moved to a new house. And I tell my children, look, we need something for dinner. Go get a telephone book and find a place where you can order food. And both my kids, which were 9 and 10, synchronously went in the opposite direction to their computers to search for a place. In a computer, now they would just pull their smartphones. And this was the moment I realized we think differently, we behave differently. So what it means practically here, we need to appreciate differences in learning environment. I learn all the time because I'm a scientist. I do new things every day. It's not a systematic learning, so I'm not sure following Victor's thesis that it helps my brain to develop, but I never stop learning. People who work in science, people who are in business management pretty much learn all their life. So I feel we just need to appreciate, understand, and people who actually try to work on understanding how our brains work, how to stimulate them, may help us to do in a more efficient way. But I think this is really is important here because we need to adjust changes in way we teach and do things to our current life, to all this media, again, following up on the previous panel, and take benefit of it, not consider it to be a problem.
Дякую.
Thank you so much. Serhiy, Yuri said, well, he touched upon the children's issue. Children are different today. So in this new reality, how to train children, how to teach children, we had this clip thinking, we all know what that is, and we heard of it, how to change accordingly, how to keep the pace. So I'm not sure that we have the clip thinking. It may be another like modern trend, like many of these cliche trends, 7-8 seconds for the fish. No. It sounds great in articles, pseudoscientific articles, but nobody knows what to do with children. We definitely adapt, but when we face some serious changes, many people suffer from it, and I really don't want to have those children who are captured who are in the eye of the hurricane, yes, and it will really be a tragedy if you don't find some support for them to adapt to the changes. No, it will be horrible. I agree with Yuri said. It's of crucial importance not just to learn, not just to teach, but when we have the efforts for learning. Yes, we have the continuous learning. We can't live another way, and I'm not sure that this type of learning will help me to live longer, better, and to give me some new opportunities. If someone was listening to the previous discussion, we continue it. Today's way of consuming information pushes us not to concentrate on it. All the time we get something that only ignites the curiosity, and we can switch from one to another. And this is cool because definitely in this specific way we capture a lot. We cover a lot. We take a lot of information on the world, which is becoming more and more complicated. But we have very serious problems, which again, you mentioned at the previous panel. We can see this mad growth of mental disorders, huge amount of those who suffer from a depression, anxiety, and the models that person should be ready to adapt to. School, and a goal for this school learning, so these are destroyed on a way. When you talk to students, they say we come to work and nobody asks for the diploma. Nobody's interested in that piece of plastic. Why I spent 5 years in that, that place? So we have two global problems. First, we destroyed the world that we've been creating for centuries, like for 2 centuries at least. The traditional school is a system which was being formed like for 2 centuries. Now it stopped working. It will never work like it did before. It will not function like it. The second problem is that the type of communication between people, the type of information consumption that we face, it destroys the normal children's development. In the street, you see a mother with a pram, and she's looking at her phone, and the child is okay if the child is just looking somewhere, but the worst thing is when a child is, I don't know, if the child is actually facing some threat. Still face experiment. Just, you can see it on YouTube. It's shown what's happening with a child if mother staying next to the child even has this poker face for a couple of seconds, 30, 40 seconds.
And for them, it's great stress that there is no social interaction with the mother. And the very essence of this interaction is that she guides him to things around. the feelings, what do they feel, or what's the status right now. So that kind of social cohesiveness is now being eroded by devices. And you know what's most importantly, that we don't know what that leads to. If we see the first generation, more or less, that lives in this kind of world. So there's a huge problem in that regard. Well, that gives a lot of hope. The old things don't work, but the new things are not discovered yet. No, why not? It's just we have to be based in science, and science works in slow pace, and just technologies are running ahead of it. They are much faster than we can react to. So, at least when we talk about kids, small kids, you have to regulate them more. The parents should regulate, and that means parents should be educated, right? Okay, and we await the evidence base. Okay, we talked about children. You are expert in andragogy, in education for adults. How's that new reality impacting the education for adults? The PwC published a study recently. Over the period of pandemic, the adults started valuing in education much more. They are ready to invest much more because in this turbulent time, education, high-quality education is one of the small guarantees for you. What trends do you see in andragogy, or education for adults? I don't think people like more to learn more, but it's not that I'm seeing. And adults they're busy. They're pretty busy, and just 1% of them have the time to really study over the course of the day. So if you look at the business environment, it's changed a lot. If you look at the educational industry, it's the most rigid industry. It's changing so slowly because we're scared. We don't know how to do the right way. If you look at in terms of how educated Ukrainians are, in innovative economic systems, higher education, but about 60% of population. What do you think? What's the percentage of highly educated people in Ukraine? 82, right. We are the nation of unemployed bachelors and masters. What it means in terms of employers. We have a qualification gap. We fight for the talents. We're looking for people who are not being trained in the market. My new direction basically unites different industries. They're different. And I'm looking for people who would know everything. And it's hard to find one person. A lot of employers understand that in the next 3 to 5 years, from 50 to 100% of our employees will have to be retrained to do something else. As for the retraining, we're in the process of democratization of information, when we're tired from information. Having little time and that we are tired from information, how to make adults retrain or re-educate more effectively. So as for the trends, of course, that's stackable learning. When there's so little time for training for adults, we understand that you can provide skills and knowledge by micro-learning. But micro-learning, you can't learn everything because there are complex things. So this stackable learning, when you build new skills on previous skills and throughout life, you start building your knowledge. That's the trend that currently is there. Next, interactive, but real interactive. When we say that the person who trains is the main character in the training, you have to do something. The information that they need right now, right here, that solves specific tasks. So we're building the training course that is a mixture of programming, methodology, pedagogic, andragogic, etc. And we talk about personalization of training because we all have our experiences, like a baggage of training. Each of us is training differently. Therefore, we have to move towards personalization, where based on what you know, based on how you are, how you learn, what kind of learner you are, the information comes to you at the time when you need it. Okay, Yuri, then let's continue this question to you, because you are a little bit a product of our local education, but you've been working in the West for a long time with leading institutions. If the educational system has to be rethought or redesigned, what your advice is there for Ukrainian educational system? You can focus on higher education for people, for adults, and how Western higher education system manages these challenges that we faced. Well, I think that in Ukraine right now, the educational system is not very well tackling the challenges. I see it in our students and the interns in Ukrainian universities, but I think that Ukraine needs not to catch up, but to change the system of education, not only in Ukraine.
It's always an opportunity. We talk about use of these devices. Yes, 2-year kids get a smartphone and start learning. But what does it mean? Professor at, say, KIEF National University comes and starts teaching chemistry or economics. And this kid who has been browsing internet for years goes online and finds a lecture of the best professor in the world and tells, why should I listen to this guy when I can learn from the best? And trust me, those people give exciting lectures. You cannot stop listening, even if it's not your topic. This is how adults learn. So what is necessary to do is now start changing the systems and say, it's teacher in the school or professor at the university is not like giving a lecture based on a textbook, but students listen to the best person in the world speaking, and a teacher helps to interpret, answer questions, do practical exercises. And my feeling, this is a system change is going to happen in the world. It's inevitable. Smart people, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, they started to put about 10 years ago all lectures online because they want to capture the world, basically the business of education worldwide. And people will not go and take an average, say, Drexel professor lecture or Kyiv Polytechnic professor lecture. They will listen to someone who is the best. I may teach better than everyone else a couple of topics. But as a university professor, I'm required to teach many other different topics. And I know there are better people elsewhere who can do it better than me. And my feeling, this is a change that everyone needs to make. So whoever makes it first a system, maybe national system, practice at top schools, university, whether it's a high school or actually maybe even middle school, or adult education or university education. I think this is where the future of education is going anyway. So be the first one, lead the world, and then this 80% of jobless people with a BS degree will become leaders in the world in high tech and future technologies. Yeah.
Ambitious.
Well, maybe not everyone will agree, but I think at least this is a vision I have at the moment.
Друзі, я хочу сказати, у нас є...
Right, we have a chat bot. You can throw questions there to the speakers. We will have the time for Q&A, so drop your questions there. Victor, a question to you. Not so much about the system, but about some life hacks. how is it possible? Is it possible at all to hack the work of a brain? We've heard the epidemics of consuming Ritalin and other chemicals that help people focus deeper, learn better, more effective. What's your attitude to this methodology, and what your safe recipes are in order to bring our brain to the maximum of cognitive power? Well, that's a question which is very relevant, but not an easy question. The theory says that yes, we can influence the ability of our brain to think, and some modern technologies of understanding complex processes allows, with a correct approach, to really improve some cognitive functions. But it's very important here to account for a huge number of factors, like nootropic drugs. They're not harmful things, but they increase your cognitive functions and your mental indicators. But turns out that they also have a catch. First of all, each of us have different tolerance to these substances, because from birth we have different number of receptors. That's one thing. Secondly, nootropics can accumulate. It's a cumulative action that can lead to protracted state of superexcitement that's not okay for your body, for your cognitive functions. We say that lengthy studies do not show that there is a only positive effect, that there's positive effect of nootropics on your cognitive processes in the long run or short run. Nootropics are more effective for people who have some dementia or deterioration of cognitive functions. They have very little influence on healthy. So the question is that a quick way out to increase our mental capacity? Is it not the way towards nothing? I would not recommend to use chemicals to increase your functions. Well, yeah, there are some functions. I'm very categorical in what I'm saying right now, maybe wrong in being so categorical. But here's a small example. If you like coffee, you know that coffee is a drug. It's a narcotic stimulant. They can really increase your brain activity to provide you a better focus, to memorize information better, like nicotine. It's a drug. On the other hand, it's also an effective activator of the brain. And if you use it properly, you can apply it as a increased in cognitive functions. But there's also always a negative effect for nicotine, and you have to be able to control it. It's a very important thing so that you're not addicted. Plus, there are some technological things that basically describe how electrical stimuli act on our brain, but that's different technologies through physics. But there are also some negative things to consider. So for each of us, the easiest but the most complex way with many positive effects for the whole body will be things like simple physical training and sports. I'm saying every time about that, because by strengthening your physical capacity, you activate processes with brain and immune system, adaptive system, and all of them include these brain reactions that strengthen neurogenetic functions, building new neural chains, new storage space for the information. So give yourself some training, give yourself some time to build new neural connections, and then the new knowledge will be taking the place that you release, the free space that you release from unnecessary stuff. But a healthy way of living and enough physical activity is one of the main components that provides the natural hack, positive hack to our brain. So it seems simple, but people want easier recipes. Well, even more easier? Yeah, okay, I understand. So talking about the brain hacks, question to you about technical things. So Elon Musk just invested in Neuralink startup, which wants to produce microchips for brain. And Yuri may add something to that, since he designed neuroelectrodes. Interesting how they work and where we're moving with the studies. So what's your attitude to this opportunity to hack your brain? How realistic it is in the nearest future? Well, it's already here and now available, but whether you will allow to install some holes in your brain to insert some augmentation. Well, we did work with rats and other animals. It doesn't look too nice, you know. There's always a small percentage of difficult side effects. So in reality, it is a question, it's a very pertinent question, because how we as a society will allow to use these technologies on us. So the way that Elon Musk follows now, it's not about augmenting everyone's mental ability. It's a way to rehabilitate after serious damage, brain damage. So modern neural interfaces allow for mental work to translate thought information through speech synthesizers. And that reaches up to 90 words per minute. My speech now is about like 150. Imagine a paralyzed person will be able to speak almost at the normal pace. So it's incredibly great.
Лікування різних речей.
As well as treatment of different brain illnesses like stroke and so on. So it's a very promising technology. Elon Musk didn't do anything super revolutionary. He just pushed the technology some 10 years ahead.
Робить багато інших груп вчених. Але якщо трошки
But if you look a little deeper,
щось там вбудовує в мозок і щось.
But if we talk about stimulating the brain through outside stimuli, it's not the way for biology. Because we are liquid computers, you know, and biology works through chemical regulation of processes. If you look at technologies that are already being used to regulate the behavior, to study the behavior of rats, we have a technology that we talked about chemical stimulation. When I take a substance, they have no tropics or very low efficacy, but what works? Amphetamines. Amphetamines are drugs. No tropes, by the way. Oh, let's talk about amphetamines. There's a great work which shows that students before an exam, through ethical approval, they give them a amphetamine dose on students to see how it impacts their exam. And yes, it did increases their mental capacity, but those who are giving some placebo, they are getting the same reinvigoration. So we want to believe. And it's a placebo effect. We want to believe, and through psychosomatic reaction, we believe that it will help us. Like there's a story by Jack London about a piece of meat. That's the same effect. But the brain is a very complex thing. Just recently, there was an article about cognitive functions of the brain spread out into hemispheres. So the scientists looked at the data in the literature, 600 different cognitive functions that we have in our brain. There are many more of them, We don't know exactly how many functions are there. And imagine that each of these functions, for each of them, the brain organizes some kind of independent module, like a spatial module, or it's some anatomical departments. There has to be a department organized in my brain for me to be able to talk or recognize faces, etc. So there are technologies that allow me through genetic vectors, basically through genetic modification, to insert synthetic receptors to the brain that only get into some specific zone of the brain. Then take some tablet that only acts on these synthetic receptors and to stimulate only a specific zone of the brain. Like, for instance, I want to win the competition, let's say. That depends some 80% from my psychological capacity. Imagine 20 sportsmen on the Olympic Games who fight for the first prize. Technically, they are equal. There will always be difference in psychology, which zone is stimulated. Like, you can stimulate a proper zone, and I win more because I have the motivation to fight much more than the people that I fight against. So that's what we can do. Fortunately, it's only done with rats at the moment and other animals. So the question is, like, we will live in this world, and our generation, maybe our friends, our children, will have to decide: will we allow to use this technology for with people? And it's a big ethical question. Right. So the brain in the new reality needs new dope. Hopefully not. Okay. Do you want to add something? I am for chemical augmentation, like coffee. I start drinking coffee at about 6 a.m. and I may drink about 10 cups per day. It increases the concentration of attention, but decreases creativity a little bit. For you, maybe it's not so important. But let me add, I add tennis on top of that, some sports.
Basically, what we do, we develop materials, electrodes, for both implanting into brain and also for external measuring brain function, like encephalography. And I fully agree with Sergey that it's a good thing to do to help people after stroke, people with various type of problems, rehabilitation. We don't know how it will act in a long term, but there are experiments showing that it's possible to create dependence similar to chemical dependence by affecting some part of the brain here. So I would say that I would be extremely cautious. We still have a lot to learn about how the brain functions. And what I look at all this development as really tools to better understand brain functions rather than accelerate it here. Even though I'm sure there will be people in military, there will be people in corporations that will look at ways of make either super soldier who is brave and doesn't need to drink 100 gram, 100 gram для храбрости не нужно, and will go and sacrifice his or her life without thinking or something else. But again, my feeling, it's a very important technology. We use it to understand the brain, to help people with some deficiencies or for rehabilitation. But I certainly don't want to have a chip implanted into my brain.
Друзі, дякую за питання. Я їх отримую, вони надходять.
Thank you for the questions. We receive your questions. And Valerie, I address the next question to you together with the question from the audience. So here's the question. You mentioned talents, that we have to find talents, we have to invest a lot of time to build those talents. So the question was, what do you think? What kind of talents will to be the most demand? Are they going to be super specialists in one narrow topic or multifunctional specialists who are in the fusion of different industries? And also a question about andragogy, education of adults. The Federation of Employers in the US did a survey, 80% of our employability is determined by soft skills, teamwork, creativity, being able to communicate, present yourselves. So to what extent these soft skills, is it realistic to develop if you're an adult, if you're already formed as a personality? From your experience? Well, I stopped using the term soft skills. Why? Because when this term was coined, first of all, it's so vague, soft. We know that there are hard skills, that's something solid about your job, that to be employable, and there are soft skills that are nice to have, but not necessarily. And even when employers say soft skills, you can read it in their faces that they're not too serious. So I suggest no longer to use the soft with these skills, so that it's not misleading to what we're talking about. We're talking about interpersonal skills or humane skills. And it's about systemic thinking, critical thinking, creativity, being able to communicate, and it's about effective cooperation and communication. And that's what these ephemeral soft skills fit into that we talked about. So for me, for instance, it would seem like you can't say to a company manager that communication is their soft skills. It's their hard skills. It's how they work. It's how they spend 80% of their work. It's communication, working with information, etc. So when we talk about these skills, they are not deficient. They're not staying with you from childhood. They are accumulative. It's something that we can improve all the time as a lifelong learning. And that's something we need a lot. I can't say that they are not taught at school at all, but there's an English school tradition where they teach thinking and formulating their words, their thoughts. And other countries do stress this as well. First learn to think and then learn a profession. We know that in a profession we will be able to change the world. We are always a little nervous about where to give our children to learn, what profession there will be, what will disappear. It's so vague, it's scary. Because earlier it was sufficient to have one job throughout the life, be the professionals in one thing, and then there's a guarantee of employment. It's not enough for now. But what's going to be needed is that interpersonal skills. When you are able to work with information, when you are able to create new things, when you can effectively interact with other people, then you'll be able to learn everything else. You can reorient yourself. Coming back to the question from the audience about specialization, I think that yes, you need specialization in some types of activity on some stage of this industry. And that's what you have to pursue. But we're going to change professions. Professions will become different. And to find necessary professional 5 years ago and now, those are different people, honestly. And I have requests different to people who come to get employment. So much more attention should be paid to cognitive abilities that allow us to adapt, to orient in the space around, and then it's going to be great. So the talents, so yes, it's scary. Even now we have this gap and we can't always find people we need. Whereas more and more people will be on the crossroads. Their skills are not needed anymore. And it's a challenge that society and humanity has never encountered before. We are on the brink of a massive retraining of adults. And how to do that, we don't know. And we don't have any institutions which would do that. Right. Can I ask a question? Valeria? about the internet. I think that this institution where you can learn, and what I've seen, I don't know about Ukraine, but in many countries in the West, also China is a great example. When the pandemic struck, people started training, learning, not only learning, but finding interesting lectures. In my area, nanotechnology, the Chinese scientists from Beijing University, they called it I can X, I can something new, something unknown. First it was for the small circle of scientists. I was one of the first ones, and it was 7,000 in 2 months when they started working with different platforms in China on YouTube. 500,000 people were listening to the scientific lecture, and it was hard to believe. It was unimaginable before the pandemic that 500,000 people would get together. So it was 5 weeks ago, and 5 platforms, people around the platform were listening. And I think it's what's available now. We have to learn how to use it as a system. First thing, in your speech, you said that it was created for the scientists. Indeed, intellectual people, they were looking for these opportunities and finding them. Secondly is the numbers that you operate. Even 100,000 compared to 8 billion of people in the world. I'm just saying that, yeah, we can reteach 100,000. Smart people will be able to relearn. But we talk about a massive scale, this huge gap. And the situation we're on the brink of, we're shutting down coal mines. What will the coal miners do? They won't be gladly learning high-tech skills. So we're talking about a humongous amount of people that will fall into the chasm of absence of qualification. So we said at the very beginning, they will be scrolling social networks, playing virtual worlds. And also another important thing, in a storm of information, we are so gullible to buy in to disinformation or misinformation. We are not always able to tell something's just exciting from something really scientific. So my concern is that whether we are understaffed, but we don't know where to get the stuff. So questions from the audience about the retraining. People say that it's faster to learn when you're young. How can you really learn something if you're 45 plus? Because it's so slow. Is it true that you learn slowly when you get older?
So, we have various intensity of metabolism. Yes, it's different in the body, and of course there are some changes. But, I like to say the following. So, learning is a natural need for the brain. So what does it mean? I don't understand this in the following way. So our brain always learns, always. So don't push anyone to learn. Don't just encourage them don't force them. Just create favorable, convenient conditions for learning. Okay, so I am as a university professor or a trainer working with adults and corporations. I do have to organize the learning process in such a way for the brain of my listener, my student, and for those adults who learn, for them naturally to be motivated and just absorb this new material in organic way. And neurophysiology actually
helps us to understand how these complex mechanisms work, how we perceive information, how we actually process it, and how we do control the process of learning. Self-control, self-motivation, and all these complex tools, really you have to know it if you want to use it properly and form the proper methodology and content. So the design of the process is significant, yeah. I go back to the question online, offline. So do we have a perspective for the online to replace offline? As an expert in education, I'll step out of moderation. We have interesting research on children's education. The smaller the child is, the more it approaches to zero. I mean, the achievements in the education area. The older the child, the more of self-control we have, the more chances there is to study online. And this process gives more performance and result. If we speak about higher education and adult learning, what is your opinion? I think that the knowledge component, that component when we give it from mouth to mouth, it can go online, that kind of transfer, but we still have to create new formats. It's not just video lesson where a person, where we have a person as a talking head and just reading a text. You have to listen to. By the way, I love the I don't like the listener word, because we can actually use various channels. We don't only have audios. For some people, the audio perception goes worse than like visual perception. So the knowledge component, yes, we can actually bring it somehow, but we can't get rid of social contact. We can't exclude it. We can't, in online so far, we cannot create certain products which would launch transformational changes in a human being. When we go to another level of world perception and understanding. If we go back to adults, when a person becomes a manager, a proficient manager, this is a different world, another skills and another vision, another perspective of the world. We use another filter for it. You have to get a transformation. When you become a higher scale manager, it's another transformation. And these processes, these take place only when we have social contact. We will never get rid of that. I just want to add, okay, and then 2 questions from the hall and we'll finalize. What's wrong with online? It's not like it's not adapted to the way our brain works. Our brain is not absorbing the passive information properly. It's not charged with it. It is charged to start actively using the information we get. So what we do, we design it, is the problem we want to solve. How to approach online to offline. By the way, we have this extramural and full-time. So if you actually see the person you're teaching or not. The figures for this COVID year, 75% of teachers, they don't want to go to online. We had loads of lectures, and we even made some good money. We stopped. We don't want to give these lectures in online when you don't see your people. The second thing, more important, 2/3 of teachers do think that children, they're cheating online. So online generates mistrust in educational system, and this is a huge problem that so far we don't have the solution. Third, a positive thing there is every 10 years, for example, the paper reading and online reading, every 10 years, people still take the paper information better, but they think, anyway, they think that they do it better online, so it's really confused. But every 10 years, we move with little steps closer to it. We adapt, but slowly to the digital. The adaptation that we form is at the expense of what? Let's have a better content. And we have more and more of that content, more and more, and it makes it worse. How to rebuild it, how to transform it. We have a star, a lecturer, Why repeating something he says? Because he has the best way to tell the information. What goes next? What I will do with the information? I need to have a person I will talk to, launch a discussion. I need to build this new story in my story, in the story of my life. You can't do it without a teacher. You just can't. We can't just destroy offline or fully refuse from it. It won't work. We will learn more and more online. I do agree 100%. How to transform the system? Yeah, we found the consensus. Now, the last question, less philosophical, but really still is relevant. Victor, it goes to you. So we have some new research saying that COVID affects our cognitive ability. 81% of interviewees in the research by British Imperial College, they state that because of COVID, their cognitive abilities decreased. For quite a long period, they had some problems. So how to work with that? Yes, we have the surveys, we have various research showing the objective results that truly people who actually had COVID, especially those who had this gray form of COVID, yes, they had some problem with the cognitive abilities. There are a couple of mechanisms, by the way, and there's no one mechanism for the virus affecting us, actually, no single algorithm. What are the plausible reasons? The lung. The problem with the lung, we have, if our lungs suffer hypoxic condition for the neurons, lack of oxygen, this doesn't work well. This is really critical. This is a hypoxic condition. Neurons become over excited and they die. Too much energy spent. Too intense immune response gives excessive activation of the immune competent cells in the brain, which do provoke very complex biochemical processes, decreasing the effectiveness of neurons activity and leading to such thing as neurophagy when neurons are destroyed in the brain. So a lot of mechanisms are there, and truly these infectious diseases and COVID-19, it's really not okay for our cognitive abilities. Is this reversible? Well, the organic damage can be somehow compensated with neuroplasticity, but we still don't understand how destructive that was, so it's pretty individual. Try to control the negative stuff, stimulate new structures, emergence in the brains. We go again to sport. Good. Colleagues, I think that's it. Thank you. Just to finish with some positive stuff. One advice from each of you: what do you do regularly to keep your brain fit? Keep it plastic as a tool for learning. I've been in education for more than 20 years, but only recently I've understood the essence of this process. It's not just new knowledge. It's the cognitive reserve in the brain. Adaptivity, stress resistance, creativity, professionalism. Sirhi, how we call that thing when people think in the same way? Rigidity. Yeah, rigidity. So make your activity more diverse, and it's gonna be okay with your brain and you as well. Thank you, Yuri. First of all, to train, to learn, to develop, you need to motivate yourself. When we have motivation, you can retrain. Always. Learn how to learn. How to continue learning. How to make it continuous. Last thing. So when we teach PhDs, Not just to be specialists, but the problem solvers. That's what's important. And then these special and soft skills can be merged. And when someone knows how to solve problems and can learn, this person can achieve something. Learn how to learn in problem solving. If you love the topic of the panel, we have a wonderful course at Coursera, Learning How to Learn. It's a record-breaking course about how our brain is learning. Serhiy. Two things. The basic stuff that we face is the problem that, the mechanism of brain learning, these are the same processes. If you can learn this, you can learn the other thing. When we become older, we face situations which were not pleasant. We get this as negative experience, fix it, and we don't want to get this again elsewhere. Any learning is about getting something new. It's about stress. We somehow have to overcome this negative experience. And what Victor mentioned, the coping strategies helping you to make a first step. Everything we think of ourselves, your personal story, is a lie. What happened to you when you were 15, it does not affect you when you're 30, but we want to say, like, I am like this because I had something when I was 15. No. 30-40% of your memory is something invented, something illusionary. These are not real memories. Each time when I try to remember something, I reprocess it again. So memory is very flexible and it's changing. If you have some doubts about your own bias, it will move you, it will push you forward. If you are sure that you can't, if you're confident that you can learn something, and then you'll just laugh at yourself saying, forget it. There's no difference what to learn. I can learn. Then it will work. One advice, please. One advice, please. When we think about learning, the key thing is to teach yourself and your children the metacognition. What works the best for you? And we don't teach people. We give texts, learn this by heart. When children ask, why do I need to read this? We don't know what to say. The key question is why. If we teach people to ask why, then the part of the way is their motivation, yes. Understand why. Put everything, all the experience under doubt, be open-minded, and motivate yourself for new experience. Valeria. Cope the stress. If about myself, you asked about me, yes, my personal experience. What I learned is to work with information, process information. We have a lot of information which is fake. So please evaluate it, analyze it. Get the original sources, always doubt everything, and mind-body connection. Sometimes you have to understand that the way our brain works depends on our body. Wonderful advice. Take care of what you put in your brain. Be careful with that. So thank you for attention. I do hope it was interesting. And I want your brain always to be plastic and
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудок, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр, що не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання: як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18
Сідайте.
So, colleagues, we may start. Please take your seats. And it's very important for us to have silence because when someone's talking, it's really not very convenient to talk, unfortunately. So we have a very ambitious goal to build the economy with 1 trillion, and it will actually depend on all of us. It affects all of us. It will. So please, let's all together think about it and let's just talk about it, okay?
Take your seats. Yes, you, all of you, take your seats. We start, please. Do take your seats. Okay, everyone who wanted, they already did. So we're about to start. I understand that 5 p.m., that's really a little bit hard. Maybe I would never get that much information. But a very interesting topic we still have. So people, let's try to dream and to create a dream. Dreams give energy. These give motivation to us. And some says that the dreams of the weak ones destroy them. The dreams of the strong ones create reality. And here we have only strong people, both on the stage and in front of us. So we want to talk about very, very important topic. Changing the paradigm of thinking. How it actually relates to economy. Economy is a consequence, is a result of what we think, how we imagine the world around us. As it's not a secret that what we think about the world, what we dream of, what we plan, what we see, we have this reality, no other stuff we can get. And for us here in Ukraine, to have the 1 trillion economy, we have to start thinking in the other way. You can correct me, but I think that within the last 30 years, well, we still live in the paradigm of survival. Keeping up with someone, copy-pasting, copycatting, in this slaves paradigm we live. We don't have goals which would inspire us, and we don't have ambitions which would make us feel proud. And to change it, we actually have to change our the way we think. Our government created a strategy, Ukraine's economy in 10 years. $370 billion. If you take other countries, where we will be, where they will be, we already are losers, we can say this. We already lost. We need to activate our economy. Multiply the capacity 6 times, because if you don't have ambitious goals and tasks, we will never go anywhere. Only when we have ambition emerging, the country becomes a subject. The country is uniting, we have motivation, we have power. Then we start thinking strategically and we know where to move. If we look at the centuries and millennia, we'll find so many cases in companies and people, those who had the quantum leaps, the breakthroughs, but they had the non-standard thinking. They never were copycatting others. Now we live from a salary day to salary day, from a gift to a gift. We listen to advice, we get recommendations, we try to do everything, as they say, for us to get the best marks. We don't have our own vision and way. If we definitely want to move forward, we need to have an ambitious goal. That's what we talk about. Let's not talk about something what we cannot achieve for the 1 trillion economy, but how to do it. And before we start, I want to ask you a question. And you to raise a hand. 3 answers are there. Please raise hand for one of the answers that resonates with you. The answers. Can we within 10 years, improve our economy's capacity 6 times in 20 years? Or we can't do it at all? I'll start with the end. Who believes that we can't extend our economic capacity by 1 trillion in 20 years? Raise your hands. Who thinks this is not possible? 1 person, 2, 3. Someone's raising hand there. Okay. Nobody sees the hand. Yeah. Who believes that we can increase the economy by 1 trillion? More people believes. More people believe. I love it. Who believes that we can do it in 10 years, guys? Thank you. Many just stay away. They don't want to give their answers. Okay. Okay, our panelists. I'm introducing the speakers. We'll try not just to dream, but to analyze it pragmatically, the situation. The first one is Giovanni Salvetti, Managing Director at Rothschild International Group, Head of CIS. Some applause, please. That would be good. Thank you. Ihor Liski, Chairman of the Board of EFI Group, effective investment company. Viktor Halasyuk, President of the Ukrainian Association for the Club of Rome, Professor of the Institute of Applied Systemic Analysis of KIEF Polytechnic Institute, Doctor of Economy. Dmytro Natalucha, Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Development of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. And last but not least, Valentin Zaporoshchuk, founder and president, Provo Group of Companies. So we have 3 businessmen, 1 politician and 1 economist. Okay, I would like to start with the first question. Let's dream, people. Let's imagine that our economy is like of $1 trillion. What would it mean for each of us? What would it mean for the small, medium, big business, for a citizen, for the country in general?
And our panelists are suggested to dream about the situation and paint us a picture, dream about this. Hello, everybody. I will try and be honest to tell you what 1 trillion means and why is it important. First of all, Ukrainians are missing ambitious goals. 1 trillion, does translation work? Okay. So 1 trillion is too ambitious, let's say. The second thing, other than the marketing steps, how to promote something, I'm confident that many people don't understand what's it about. They think it's just a number. It's for economists or for big businesses or oligarchs or ministers of finance. For someone who don't understand, many people don't understand this number at all. But 1 trillion is 6.5 times bigger market. The entrepreneurs understand that the more the market is, the more you can earn, more opportunities. Often, those investors that I talk to, when they evaluate the country, whether to go in there or not, the first filter, but they say, no, the market is too small. We're going to build in Poland, Turkey, and even Russia. That will increase our opportunities. Third story is that you have to sell and promote to laymen. Bigger salaries, better roads, more taxes as a way for the state to be a contractor, to build bridges, infrastructure, roads, and most importantly, that's increasing the quality of life. I think that our main problem in Ukraine is that demographics going down, many talented people go away because we don't provide the quality of life. And increase the GDP, translating into layman's terms, will give you that quality of life, will increase that potential. That is a short version. Thank you. Victor, thank you. Victor, what does it mean, 1 trillion? What does it give to us, all of us? Thank you, Sergey. Well, in the long run, I agree with Victor that will stop the immigration, that will create a large-scale internal market. That will increase the quality of life of people, and that will increase the weight of Ukraine on the international arena. Because there are a lot of problems connected to the fact that we are object of foreign policy and international policy, not subject. So this economic weight will provide the chance to Ukraine to change that status from subject to player. But to your question from a different side, Ukrainians are lacking not so much in ambitious goals. Well, ambitious goals we can do. Whether we are not always ready to use the tools that is necessary to achieve these goals. Because it's not only about establishing the goals, you have to have this iron grip and, you know, keeping your eyes on the prize, going through all the failures, employing a huge tool set that is countering the quick and simple solutions. It's not about sprinting, it's about marathon. And you have to be ready for that. But absolutely, it's a very realistic goal, very ambitious, but realistic. And I think that Ukrainians deserve it to live in a country like this. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, do you believe that we can raise this $1 trillion in the national economy? Do you believe? Or what does it mean for us? What does it mean for us? Okay, hello. You know, I don't want to reiterate some fundamental things that my colleagues have just said. I just want to fantasize a little bit. How does it look like from the outside? Like, we are riding high-quality roads, we have high-speed trains connecting the country, we fly safe aircraft, and that can be done, that can be achievable by people who are sitting here, living all over Ukraine. It's a wealthy country. It's a country and people well off. That's the main criteria, what it gives us to our country. Modern companies, big salaries, great pension, and to have a dignified life, the way you want to live, not the way they are forced to live, to survive. So how to achieve that, that's the topic of today's discussion. Whereas dreaming, well, imagine how it looks like when it's close to you. Let's live to that moment. I think it's possible to tackle it in 10 years. Sixfold? Here's a small example. What it means. I think it's a little less than Turkey, 1 trillion. But by creating certain conditions, they did achieve that in 8 years. I don't mean that we have to repeat something or someone. Let's do it together and show to everyone how we can do that. Okay, let's proceed to the most interesting things. Dima, you wanted to add? Yeah, I returned from Truskavets resort just recently. And we had a strategic session of sorts. In terms of what kind of reforms we see in key sectors of the economy, reform of taxes, budget, capital. And we arrived at a very similar concept, that 1 trillion GDP would be very ambitious but quite achievable. But the trick is, if you just go and ask around the entrepreneurs, you won't hear the word GDP most of the time. They will tell you about the taxation system, how inconvenient it is. Importers will complain about quotas. Exporters will complain about the lack of subsidies from the state. Domestic producers will talk about the lack of protectionism. So therefore, this understanding of GDP for the layman, it's not as fundamental. But if we think about it, I don't think we remember any country that do have GDP in $1 trillion, which do have problems with taxes, with budgetary, with capital, with exports or trade balance. And that opens a like a curtain. Like, what kind of country should it be to achieve these numbers? We've all heard about the miracles, the Japanese economic miracle, the Chinese economic miracle, the Irish, the German. But let me talk about the Indonesian economic miracle. I don't think you paid much attention to that, but as of 2000, the GDP was only twice or 3 times more than the Ukrainian GDP, $189 billion. So after 20 years, in 2020, this was last year, the GDP of Indonesia was $1,119 billion US dollars. And when we look at why it happened, so first we thought, yeah, it's probably due to energy resources, because Indonesia is one of the key oil exporters. So it turns out 60% of the success of this rapid growth, that's what Sergei started with. So maybe in 20 years, is it possible to increase economy 7-fold? So the answer was interesting. 60% is productivity of work, efficiency of work. So Ukraine with 1 trillion GDP is Ukraine with a very productive economy. It's innovation-based, high-tech. It's not that the workers don't work. It's the problem how they work, what they used to work, and what for. Giovanni? So you worked with many economies of the world, and you work with many economies of the world. In your company, Rothschild, what's your attitude? Do you believe in this kind of task to increase GDP by 1 trillion? Is it possible in 10, 20 years to achieve this level of 1 trillion?
Мой украинский не очень, но тогда я буду говорить на английский. Well, look, here is the thing. Of course, it's achievable. It's just a matter of time. It's just a time frame which matters. Of course, sooner or later, Ukraine will reach 1 trillion. Huh? That's obvious. Now, here I have 2 things, the bad news and the good news. The good news is, if you include the gray economy in Ukraine, probably you are already at 1 trillion. So if you add the churna economy, it's already much higher than the official one. No? So that's interesting. If you get it back to the official numbers, you will have immediately a jump. Important point, it's not 10%, it's much more in Ukraine. The bad news is if you look at the numbers, you can do it a very stupid calculation, to get to 1 trillion. If you grow, Ukraine now is growing at 3.8%, it's supposed to grow like this for the next 2-3 years. If you assume 4%, which is a very good rate, and you assume that you continue growing at 4%, it will take 39 years to get to 1 trillion, 39. If you grow at 10%, it would take 30 years. If you grow at 20%, it would take 10 years. But no countries in the world, no matter what, even if you find, whatever you find, all hydrogenum, and hydrogenum is going to be the most important fuel in the world, no country has been growing for 20 years, for 10 years. So I think it's achievable. Take the gray economy into the official one. I think it's more, plus innovation, I think it's more a matter of 20-25 years.
Thank you. Знаєте, такий класний трюк, коли ви...
There's this magic trick. It's called changing the focus. When I'm planning the project at one level, this is one thinking. When I'm planning like creation of planetary level things, I'm starting to think differently. I'm starting to understand that these tools that I've applied here, they don't work anymore. So I start to understand that I need different tools from now on. Just as well, when you establish the ambition for the country, $1 trillion, a different strategic approach turns on. You have criteria now, and then you start to assess any decision through this prism. And it may turn out that many things that we do right now is completely irrelevant or even stands in the way. So let's talk about how achieving that. What kind of industry we should bet to achieve that? What kind of place on the global arena we can take? So I think that's the interesting question that could provide an answer how and by doing what we can achieve that. Who's ready to answer? Maybe Victor? Thank you. You know, there is methodology. There is time-tested practical method. There are two types of economic theories. One says that the state does not interfere, they should remove themselves from regulating economy, and the free market will do the job. There's another economic model or approach, if you want. You can call it economic engineering, when you are purposefully designing some stimuli and mechanisms to make something for the businesses less lucrative, to make something more lucrative. So chasing the revenues, the businesses will help the state achieve 1 trillion GDP or quadruple the salaries. So it's good for all, for investors, for the country. I think the fundamental, pivotal point is to be clear to yourself. So the first theory doesn't lead anywhere. Many people say free market, no non-interfering, don't stand in the way, and everything is going to be okay. Well, not everything is going to be okay. It's going to grow into a commodity colony where more and more talented people will drop out of. And a very slow economic growth. As an economist, this is a scientifically proven fact. Another theory, which is also time-tested, tested practically by many countries, their economic success is not random. England, starting from 15th century. And before that, the Italian city-states, the US, Japan, Singapore, China, all of them were following a certain methodology. They developed great activities, they provided preferential treatment to some activities, other activities were taxed severely or even banned. In England and Spain and a number of other countries, several centuries ago, there was a death penalty for exporting commodities. And these kind of mechanisms were there, and it's not something random. There's a tool for that. Look at Turkey. It took them 10 years, from 2003 to 2013, through new economic policy, through large-scale industrialization. They paid back all the loans from IMF that they've accumulated over 40 years. It's possible to do it in 10 years. It's unrecognizable. They used to come to Ukraine to buy stuff because they didn't have production. Now there's 20 industrial parks around Istanbul, each of them 2 billion and more in turnover. And these industrial parks are bigger than Ukrainian exports. Or China, which 50 years ago was a wild country that did strange, brutal things. Now they are more competitive than the US economy. So there are tools to use. It's all about how ready you are to use those tools. I started with that. So to set a goal is great, but that's only the beginning. Because now you have to agree with people, you have to consolidate the like-minded people around rather unpopular approaches. Because the economic engineering means that we have to exempt all the new innovative production from taxes for 5-10 years, like Macedonia does. For industrial parks, no taxes for newly created production lines. We have to do away with preferences for commodities-based businesses. No VAT reimbursement when you sell commodity or crops. It's 2 billion in a budget, no loans necessary. It's automatic money is there. We are, as taxpayers, we don't need to subsidize commodities-based economy. If you do two things, these two things simultaneously, preferences for innovative production, do away with most of the preferences for commodities-based business, in 5 years you won't recognize Ukraine. It's a different strategic goal, not a trillion. But where can we make the breakthrough? A lot of them, more than a dozen. Agricultural processing, machine building, food processing, aircraft production, automotive production. When they say Ukraine cannot create automotive branch, we were failing. Look, tiny, minuscule Slovak Republic, 5 million population. In 10 years, they built automotive industry that builds more than 1 million cars per year. They didn't have internal market, no prerequisites. They created super preferences for investors, cut away taxes, built infrastructure. So they went against the EU policies, all equal conditions for everybody. What kind of equal conditions? If you want to foster proper production, you have to create green corridor for them to come and build in this country. And today in Slovak Republic, just one automotive production alone generates more than 20 billion, with exports bigger than Ukraine. It's realistic. Very short time. Other than that, IT industries, alternative energy, medical tourism, so a number of fields where we can break through, but not through the invisible hand of free market, but through smart regulation and fostering to investors. Okay, let's give the floor to our entrepreneurs, because they create companies, they create businesses. And we should talk not only about problems, but where do they see these breakthrough points? What do we have to bet on to really be able to make this breakthrough, not just linear development? Igor, please. Well, I will add maybe some negative overtones to your ambitious plans. I think Ukraine loses a lot of opportunity and potential, and loses time, most importantly. Just 2 years ago, we were lucky with gas prices, metal prices, commodities prices, and we could have used quite well these opportunities. But how we used it? How did we capitalize on that? What ambitious projects or companies were founded? What kind of breakthrough projects or visionary stories emerged that would have been bringing us forward? None. Well, at least we're building some new roads. But, you know, coming back a little bit backwards, like these small children know even that when time flies quickly, you have to run twice as fast to stand still. Because the countries that have GDP growth by dozens of percentage, we're not even standing still. We're losing old competitive edge fast. I'm not talking only about our commodities-based companies that the economy resides upon. This is still Soviet heritage. Not many things have been built or modernized. It's a big problem. We don't have proper understanding where we want to be. Like we say, 1 trillion GDP. In order to be there, we have to compete not with those who are leading now, but build a foundation to be competitive next 10 years, 20 years. We're losing even now. In order to do that, we have to build the foundation right now. We haven't built the foundation for energy. Well, right now, it's not a secret. They trade futures from $13 to $1,700. We're still dependent. Like, in a month, Russia shuts off gas, and we're again square one. We're fundamentally non-competitive for any production in Ukraine. I'm telling you, as a person that has built in 10 years 6 factories from scratch, the main criteria is energy. What's the price gas? What's the electricity price? The connection to the grid's capacity. Second thing, in order to have competitive edge, you need people. Like second level, after the energy, which is still not founded in 20 years, our oil and gas could not become. There's gas, there's infrastructure, there's people, there's institutions. There are workers who travel to work in Siberia. They couldn't, they didn't. Second thing, people, personnel. In order to build Slovak Republic, you need people who are capable of being competitive. Compete with Slovak Republic, with Poland, with Turkey. No quality of life, no state program to retain them, no education for their kids, no medical, no healthcare. They go to Poland. Again, we are not competitive. Third thing, we still have generation of IT experts, and that's our next goal, next oil. We're selling them. We are the first IT country in Europe, but how they pass the exams on mathematics? We're losing there again. The same thing, competition in 5 years. To Koreans, to Chinese, to Turks. So that's the third thing that we have to put the foundation. We have to compete not now, but in 10 years, in 20 years, in the digital sphere, in the digital world. So right now, we can't compete without laying the foundation in education, and so on and so forth. So wrapping the story, we have to be honest. Right now, we're still not ready to compete with the modern world. We haven't built the foundation that has to be there. Energy, infrastructure, ports, roads, connection to grids, state deregulation, etc. Second thing, we didn't provide convenient quality of life to people, education, safety, healthcare, trust to the state, that people would want to stay here because they move away. Thirdly, we haven't resolved demographic situation. More people die than are born. And plus COVID, of course, but not only COVID. And that drives the market even more down, and everybody's looking at this. And the third thing, we are still competing for investors. We're still saying these things for 20 years. We are fighting corruption. Forget about corruption. Nobody needs that mantra. Yeah, corruption is bad, but everybody's competing in different ways. What subsidies, what people, what infrastructure, what market. Nobody's interested whether you have corruption or not. And like in Italy, they say, give us 200 people, here's 10 million euro grant. If you still, if you have this infrastructure. Okay, thank you. Right, you're saying all the good things, but let's focus. What do we bet on the next 20 years? What do we bet on the next 20 years? If we drive agriculture, it's great, it's necessary. We can really offer something there, processing, but we won't be able to grow by dozenfold, tenfold if we grow only material resources. If you take companies that were not even there 10 years ago, they cost trillions of dollars. And the new economy comes in, the economy of ideas, senses, knowledge, and technology. And we need to aim there. If we're going to aim there, then it's not only 1 trillion that's possible. I would like to pass the floor to colleagues, talk about what do we aim at to be competitive on the global market and to really be successful. I'd like to support what Victor said. Specific industries is important, but it's more important to what kind of approach do you use. In the year 19, when COVID was starting, there was a communique of a World Economic Forum. It was called Act Fast and Do Whatever It Takes. Acting fast? Well, Igor basically told us the story already, how fast we can go. I would agree somewhat, but what does it mean, do whatever it takes? What does it mean? That means breaking the rules, some rules. What kind of rules that stand in the way of acting fast and growing rapidly? It's ideological taboos, and I think we need to ideologize the economy. You know, there was this guy, a well-known postmodernist philosopher, Lyotard. Just like Nietzsche said, God is dead, Lyotard said, big narratives have died. What a big narrative? Market economy, that's the big narrative. Free market is big narrative. If you accept as a given this kind of concept, then we have to understand that we are untying our hands. So when Ukraine, as an exporter, puts so much honey or berries to Great Britain and Poland, we have to be liberal. We have to lift all the barriers, remove customs fees, free market, let us there. But if something non-competitive coming in for our domestic market, we have to be the most protectionist, the most conservative, raising the customs, stopping subsidies, stopping the dumping. But you cannot be both beautiful and smart if you stick to one rigid ideology. You have to forget about the ideology and be flexible. Be pragmatic in terms of your state policy and flexible. That's something that is still not there for the big jump. When we talk about industrial parks that the parliament has passed and the president has signed, and we heard these criticisms from IMF. Do not pass this bill, you can't pass this bill. It was there, yes. When we talk about localization, which I personally have been working on for 2 years now to protect Ukrainian producers and pull the money back that the Ukraine spends for foreign economy, pull them back to Ukraine. Europeans say, no, you can't. Through localization, all European countries went through that. Until now, in EU, there's still localization for any state procurement outside EU. It's still there, but they don't disallow that to us because ideology, because that violates the free market, free competition. If you want to grow, scrap the rules that stand in the way. You just have to think about yourself, your interest, and be pragmatic. And only then we can produce lithium, which is more than 10% world deposit, titanium, more than 12% of world deposit. These are resources of the future because you know what lithium is used for? Batteries, accumulators. Titanium is used for airspace, aircraft, other things that fly. And space is the economy in the future. And that will enable you to build proper machines, state-of-the-art cars, and you will be able to process this agricultural produce, which is still prayed for, but a lot of value added. So once again, scrap the ideology, and then the strategic industries will grow so rapidly through anti-subsidiaries, anti-dumping, industrial parks, localization, and direct stimulation. And just to wrap, have you heard about green energy before 2015? Nothing. As soon as the state says, okay, I will subsidize this, the new industry has grown. Of course, there are some criticism, but not corruption, not overregulation. Nothing stood in the way of investors, for investors to invest money here. So when I hear about some corruption or regulation that stands in the way of progress in Ukraine and growing economy, I'm a little annoyed because as of 1992, the dollar GDP of Ukraine was 22 billion. In 2008, 188 billion. But did we have lesser corruption before 2008? Yeah, maybe a little less. But in 2013, again, was 180 billion. Between 2008 and 2013, there was still no problem with corruption, but the economy grew by two-digit numbers. And the key was that the state stimulated that. Thank you.
So Giovanni, you work so much with Ukraine in all the sectors and you had so many agreements and projects. How do you see what is the competitive advantage in Ukraine, what it could be at global arena, what we need to put our stakes at? And what is the role of foreign investment? What can be the role?
Look, I will try to be very practical and very business-oriented. So if Ukraine wants to grow very fastly, it needs to jump on specific situation and, let me say, revolutions and get it in the right way to accelerate in a way which is more than linear. Well, I see 3-4 revolution going on which Ukraine can catch. The first one is about artificial intelligence. That's going to be the theme of the next 10 years. There is a war of billions of trillions of dollars being invested between China and United States. Europe is already out, Russia is out. It's just between China and United States. That's the way it is. But Ukraine can help to work on this thanks to the very good quality computer science engineer and programmers. So what Ukraine should do, you cannot think that it can be a player in artificial intelligence. It's not realistic. But open as many as university as possible from programmers. And you can be sure that all these people will work, will have a good salary, they can work in remote, and they can create their own company. So that's first. Participate to artificial intelligence, leverage on what Ukraine already has, and invest in education for computer science and technology. Second, revolution which is going on, and we see it every day, is about energy. You know, there is a big mess in Europe about energy. It's not going to change. But Ukraine has nuclear energy. Okay, it was a bad experience in the past, but it has competencies and the real know-how on nuclear energy. That could be a much more effective and green, by the way, to a certain extent, revolution which can happen. Ukraine, if strengthened the nuclear sector, could become a net significant exporter to markets like Germany, and with an energy which is one of the greenest one in the market. So I think this is another revolution that Ukraine should immediately catch on. Food, which is clearly one of the key advantages of Ukraine, the third. Now, clearly, we can always export wheat and all the things, but there is another revolution going on food. Not very much in Ukraine, but if you go to the United States, Canada, Europe, the vegan movement is getting a lot of traction. So having transformation of agriculture into non-protein, non-animal protein, hamburger, this is an industry which is going to grow 100 times in the next 5 to 6 years. And here Ukraine is not existent. It's the biggest source of raw material, but it should invest in transform, and the government should create very specific and favorable conditions for whoever wants to invest here, because this is an industry of the future. Last but not least, the fourth thing, which is a bit short-term and maybe a bit controversial, cryptocurrencies. This is something which is happening. This is a $1 trillion business in US for Bitcoin only. Ukraine has taken, so China has closed it down, but Ukraine with programmers and everything could become a big hub of exchange, and potentially with nuclear energy also a big miner. And this is a way to, a lot of Chinese investors are trying to move to Kazakhstan, other places. If Ukraine would have a proper legislation, I think they would be very happy to come here, leveraging on existing IT skills of the country. So 4 realistic and very, very sovereign revolution going on, which Ukraine is able to catch. When it comes to the international investor, growth is 3 things: demand, productivity, and capital. Ukraine is a beautiful country, but it's poor. The capital needs to come from abroad. So there is no growth, no significant growth without international investments. That's a matter of fact. But we need to. The problem we have is you can attract Eurobonds. We advised on raising 11 billion bonds in the last 5 years. That's nice, but bonds, you can buy, you can sell. It's good. It's good for the budget. What Ukraine needs is long-term FDIs, companies building in facilities and like this. This is more difficult. This is more difficult because it requires investors believing in the country in the long term. And here, once again, the main issue remains the rule of law, which is not really the best you can find internationally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now, I'd like to go back again. We've talked about it. So the role of state in the process of 1 trillion economy achieving. So what the state has to do, what it hasn't, what it shouldn't do. How the business can help. What is the role of business apart from developing the companies? And I would pass the floor to Valentin Zaporoshchuk. He's producing He's making condensed milk and exporting it to 70 countries of the world, also to European companies. And from your experience, so the European states, do they help their producers? Do they protect their markets? Does it work like it's declared equal rights for all, total equality, free market? What is your role? And what is the role of the state? Do you actually require that support? I consider myself I consider that my business is a mid-level business, okay? But if we calculate, if you take calculations from the US, well, that would be a small business in American context. I can also say a couple of words on the following, that you do not need to forget about the small business. Please do not forget about entrepreneurship, because these are the people who can quickly, in certain conditions, quite fast, they can actually accelerate a GDP growth and economy growth. They may not be that proficient in policy. They don't try to contact officials too much. Let them work. Give them conditions. Create a regulatory environment for them, which would help them to start quickly providing services and commodities, filling the market, enriching the market, saturating the market. This trillion, what that should be. What is about that $1 trillion? It's not the raw material, it's a ready-made product, ready to use. Something that we at least can consume. Our income, wages level, and if we do talk about entrepreneurs, those are the people who can make some money, and they will spend the money in the country. That is something that will quite quickly generate the GDP. Yes, we need to have some big companies building cars, planes, and big stuff, but it's not that fast. Within 10 years, we may get something, we may achieve something. But we have the politics, we have the protectionism, and we have the requirements from international partners and so on. I do have I have a huge experience of entering foreign markets. It doesn't matter if this condensed milk, nobody's waiting for us. Trust me, people, if you want to sell something. I just give you an example. 10 years ago, I started visiting world exhibitions and fairs. When you go there, everything's taken, it's occupied. There is no Ukrainian space or stand, but American stands, like dozens of those, at least 10. We are put somewhere like God knows when. We wait for 3 or 4 years to get to the central, platform. And in 3-4 years, when my enterprise wasn't the central part, I had managers talking to me, managers of small Ukrainian companies like Roshen, Mironivsky, Grain Product. They wanted me to let them go to that platform in the middle of the hall. And thanks to support of our ministries and the Chamber of Commerce, we managed to put the national stands there. The national spaces be organized for people to come and present. But it took more than 10 years. So I give an example. We produce a plant-based product, okay? And we have a world practice to have to launch a veterinary inspection for such products. When we actually brought our products to the South African Republic, we had to bring certain package of documents with a confirmation, with a veterinary certificate, and we found out that a person who actually put a signature on the documents, we need to have this person certified globally as a veterinary expert or something. So when our documents were checked, this person was not on the list. And it took me 3 years to replace that person, because this person even is not the employee of the Ministry of Health anymore. And I have so many cases like that. Business is paving the way for itself, and the companies like Roshen and Mironivsky Grain Product, they buy big stands, they are presented fully there. We have national stands, and we break the ceilings, and what we have to get conditions for business here in Ukraine. Parliament, we can see that adopts a lot the turbo mode, but the thing is with the regulatory process, it will not work instantly. It takes a year or two. That's what I see for the enforcement. In 10 years, we may get that. In a year or two, the laws will give us results. Changing processes a little bit more on the control, on the state interference. Please, please, give us the road and we'll do it. Thank you. The role of state is not to create obstacles or something else. So, I'll put a fly in the ointment. I'll start with Mr. Salvetti. So this is a hype story. The crypto stuff, you know, this is a hype, you know. AI, artificial intelligence. Let's just take like agriculture, let's calculate in the modern world how many people will be employed. Okay, we take for AI, for the teams, we'll have like those 10,000 of people, okay, doing that. Who will be then the crypto business? 20,000 more. What is the value added? Nobody knows, just the electric energy. I tell you, if we will not reindustrialize the country, we'll have 15 million of people. We need another industrialization, and we'll never have a trillion. We will not be there on the map of the world as a country, even demanding something, wanting to get something. So, starting from the basics, from the foundation, the first story, we'll have to understand industrialization with the modern means, with modern premises and plants, with robots, with programming, with competition at global markets. Yes, I know that we have these problems, but we have to ensure it to cover the Europe. Fill it in. Take the capacity from the China to actually get faster delivery, work in a more differentiated way. So we need to build new industrial state. This is the first story. This is the first story. To compete at global markets, we need to have these people able to compete, to create this added value. How to do it? First, infrastructure. We need to have modern infrastructure, energy, roads, ports, digital networks, and people have to get decent quality of life, not just to live, because they have no English-speaking schools, when they have no proper education and no healthcare for them. Healthcare, fully modernized. I want you all, please do invest in Ukrainian healthcare. It's another point of growth. So far, we still have doctors. We can even export this service. And then, what else do we need? Investment. Yes, we have to be very pragmatic. We need to fight for each big investor. We need to have a success story. When we will have 10 success stories, companies or investors coming to Ukraine who built business, built a plant, made some money, got some dividends, and they will tell instead of us that Ukraine is a new China, new Indonesia. We still don't have it. Please give me at least one success story, investor success story, for everyone to say, whoa, I can't even get that story right now. So briefly, yes, we do truly believe in IT, and I invest in it. 200,000 people at maximum. Okay, 400, 500 without plans, without reprofiling industrialization. Without it, we have no future.
I mean, we can see it, and I can show a little bit the numbers of what's happening in artificial intelligence around the world, and it's not about 20,000 or 30,000. Moreover, the GDP is not calculated on how many people are working, but the value which is created. So we can have a separate discussion on this.
Да, Ігор, я тобі дякую.
Yeah, Ihor, I'm so grateful. Industrialization, yes, I do truly support, but I stand for the following. I don't want us to stay in old paradigms, because the world is changing, and big economy is not like everyone's working, everyone's employed. Maybe we all should start going deep into creativity or hobbies. Big economy is not about the number of employed people. Thank you, Serhii. 3 entrepreneurs, 1 economist. No, you made a mistake. Not 1 economist we have here, but a whole bunch of those. Because I do fully support was actually mentioned. And we are fed with this myth, like you have your advantage, natural advantage, you have your resource. Feed the world, feed the Europe. It works great for you, export grain. You have new record-breaking yields. This should be the basis of your economy. Always be fed. Other people say you have great IT industry. People know about you in the world, about your IT people, about your graduates. But on the other hand, if we do take both industries, we'll see that both of these are raw industries because we export raw material, we get minimal added value. 200,000 people, 90% of these outstaffing, outsourcing, so selling, working time and hours. Food industry is even smaller. And in the discussion between Ihor and Giovanni, economy and GDP, we need it for people. Economy, there's no sense in economy, and if these figures don't give us any use, even the GDP concept author, Simon Kuznets, he was 21 when he came from Kharkiv to the US. When he was 35, he presented a report in Congress. He presented GDP. We all use GDP, but nobody knows who offered it. In 1963, he said, when you say percentage GDP growth, please say, at the expense of what and why? There is a difference with what you will feel the trillion. A big difference when we say 3 or 5% of GDP growth. 5% of GDP growth, we can actually take it with getting more, extracting more natural resources, sell forests. Who needs that crappy economic growth? After this, we'll have nothing. Ihor is right. Without modern diversified industry, we will have no agriculture, no IT. You can see this with our example. And Reinert, Professor Reinert, we invited him to Parliament. He said, why your IT is an enclave? Why they sell for export? You have no internal demand. Who can create internal demand? Industry. If you have powerful producers inside the country, they will buy IT products, as it is done in US. If you don't have, then you'll have these 200,000 in a poor country. The same with agriculture. If you don't have agricultural processing, plants making juice or marmalade or whatever, you will never be fed with that fruit. And historically, hunger, natural hunger, only it is there. The famine situation can happen in an agricultural country. Industrial countries never had that kind of natural famine. So it's really important. The industry has to be put on the highest level. Nothing more important than this. This is the heart of the economy. We need to support it. With lower taxes, cheap loans, guaranteed state purchase, supporting export and promoting it, all other services will be there. Small enterprises, IT, agriculture, everyone will be satisfied when we have the powerful industry. Thank you. Okay. So, Dmitro, today you are representative of the mono majority. You are in Truskavets. You even had a discussion there that you need to have a big ambition at the level of 1 trillion. And you lead the Committee of Economic Development, and you have 3 more years, I do hope. So, what is the plan? Tell me, what do you plan to do for us to achieve, to at least lay the foundation for 1 trillion economy? What is on your agenda, what is done, and what you plan to do in 3 years? Thank you for the question, Serhii. I don't want to turn this into the report of the committee. I don't want to report. So I'll touch upon that, but I'd like to continue the discussion. I do support you with the modernization of industry and reindustrialization, let's call it. But let's go back to that. Just imagine a classical Ukrainian plant. With some exceptions, you'll come there, it will even look nice, but those who are the fundamental backbone plants were called once, the plants named after some communist leaders. If you walk some more, you will be fascinated by the process. You'll be fascinated by how this is happening there, by what you will see. Unfortunately, what you'll see. The archaic process you'll see there. Come to our plant, please. I say exceptions, okay? And we can imagine other plants, modern plants in the world. And we talk of the following: we lack this modernization. And modernize what? And how can we do it? So this is the first question. And how to stimulate the creation of new industry? What's on the agenda? What we have to do for this modernization, not only to be on paper, to make it meaningful for internal demand or for export. First of all, we adopted the law on industrial parks because a whole team worked on this, and Mr. Halasyuk and Oleksiy Zhmarinetsky and others. It will allow Ukrainian business to develop, to actually create this added value. Because we have the stimuli envisaged there, 10 years exemption from the income tax, compensation compensation for electric grid switching, and like in the Hungary, 1/3 of GDP is generated within industrial parks. We do have this hope that Ukraine will reach at least something like it in the midterm perspective. How to stimulate that development? How to help Ukraine? Localization. During the COVID year, KIEF unfortunately officially publicly bought trams in Poland and buses in Belarus. So it means that our money, taxpayers' money, KIEF dwellers' money were invested in foreign economies during the hardest crisis, when the country required the money and the resource. Instead of actually ordering that, providing the order to Ukrainian enterprise, give some work to Ukrainian people who had problems during COVID, a decision was made to give the money to Poland and Belarus and buy the fleet. Well, we could have done it another way. If we had the localization, at least 30% of the money spent would return to Ukrainian economy, and this is what the law is about. Our Ukrainian enterprises then would definitely have these guaranteed orders from the state, even if one is buying something abroad. Another stimulus that is for Ukrainian plants, Export Credit Agency, as a structure which helps Ukrainian exporters to go abroad, which is ready to ensure the most risky operations to go to Africa, Europe and Asia, and to compete at the same level as Ukrainian giants. Today this agency has certain mutation, the management is changing, but this is the third great tool which would allow us the fly is trying to attack me, maybe she disagrees. Well, these three things are there on the agenda. So what else? And this is something that was taken by me from Halasyuk. The monetary policy, if you don't change this, I guess we will have no rapid development of the economy. That's what I say. You all mostly are from business people, and you do know that only in 2021, National Bank of Ukraine at least increased the rate threefold. So it affects your loans and your money, especially if you have loans in the credit. Oh yeah. When we speak about the crisis and the COVID, the banks, national banks of other countries, they even have this negative rate. I don't even say that they decrease it. So they try to stimulate business, and they try to provide loans to business, make money cheaper. When we come to our national bank with a proposal to simplify the life of business to get a cheaper loans, at least during the crisis. They say in constitution we have only the inflation targeting, and this contradicts the concept of economic growth. So they can't do the same thing, those things simultaneously, so we have to change the constitution and envisage it in constitution as a task for National Bank to promote the cabinet of ministers, ensuring the economic growth. This is the fourth priority that we have in the parliament. Thank you. Friends, unfortunately the time's over, so I offer the speakers with 2 statements, with 2 sentences. Formulate your recipe summarizing what we all said. How to create a 1 trillion economy. 2 sentences, please. Who is ready? 2 sentences. I'll try. So, first, legislative initiative. We mentioned a lot about it. It's because it's the conditions. If we say that give us conditions for the grain, give us fertilizers, it will grow. So, this is for legislators. Give us the fertilizers, give us the soil. Business has to be highly technological. Look for the best practices and bring it to Ukraine. Attract people, be socially responsible, and take active part in youth training. Thank you. You had nothing new from me. Build modern, innovative plants and factories. Create infrastructure conditions for Ukraine to get this highly modern production. With IT, we need to stimulate, fund it, and implement new product-generating company, not the outsource simply, working for other countries. So we physically train them, we cure them, they grow, and then they work for the US economy, Israel, or whatever other country. So we have to understand, I agree, that we need to have more economists in our government. Added value, how it's created, that's what we need. Not with the cryptocurrency, not with the export of resources, not, well, sometimes even when we are so proud of our ITs who are just like slaves, are working for other economies. Please, sorry for breaking, for that myth busting, you know. I have 2 statements. First, forget about ideology. Just forget about ideology. Second, experiment. Third, stand for Ukrainian interests. And that's it. Thank you, Victor and Giovanni. I offer a very interesting recipe. Read 3 books, I'll tell you which, and help to popularize these ideas among the state officials and Ukrainian young people. The book of Eric Reinhardt, How Rich Countries Became Rich and Why Poor Countries Stay Poor, first. Second, Friedrich List, National System of Political Economy. It's in the hall, by the way, of Nash Format Publishing House. It's her first day of life in Ukrainian. And building the Woolcock Anderson Pritchard's book on how to build the state, also published by the Ukrainian Association of the Rome Club. This is a life changer for everyone who is implementing this for a country. Thank you.
The regulation in the sectors, in the promising sectors which I mentioned before, implementation of the rule of law and judiciary system, and it would be good if not only in Ukraine but in the world, politicians would work more and spend less time on Facebook and Instagram.
You know, as it's said that a man grows as one's goals grow. So I think that countries the same. So the countries grow the same together with their ambitions. Let's raise the bar for ambitions. Let's unite around ambitions. Let's talk about 1 trillion everywhere. Let us have these conversations among state officials, and this will be a reality. I think this idea joins all of us, merges all of us. Ambitions inspire, give energy, and make us subjects, not objects. Stop going with the flow. We have to spread the wings. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being that resilient and patient. And do have your inspiration.